What do you need an intro or just start with the game one time?
So as we welcome you to the Barbados Open 2022 finals night, we're getting started this evening here at the gymnasium with the young talents of the future. Calvin Scott, good evening to you.
Good evening, John. We have facing us is young Kenoja Belgrave, and backing us is the young Tyrico Brathwaite, 11 years old.
Young Brathwaite is serving at a score of 3, serving out to 9. Committing the cardinal sin in road tennis there, Calvin.
Yes, well, they're young. They still have some time to develop their serves. You're seeing that they're switching now at 10, which happens in a deciding game. So it's now 3 serving to 10. Young Tyrico Brathwaite with the ball in his hand to serve to Kenoja Belgrave.
What we see on record, Belgrave has a pretty rich history so far as a junior player. He's won the primary school road tennis championship at the age of 7. He won the Manners and Respect in 2021, so he's no stranger to the court.
Certainly not. Young Brathwaite just knocking that ball on the outer side of the court. You can see a bit of nerves from both players, and this is expected at this age, John.
Yes, it's a big stage to be here on an occasion like this. Certainly, even the adults have their moments. What could you possibly expect of these youngsters? But it's on, and they're doing the very best, I'm sure, that they can at this stage.
Yes, and we're very proud of the youngsters who are taking up our indigenous sport. Very, very proud. A nice serve from Kenoja. That's an ace. Beautiful serve to the form. Now 14 serving to 3.
Yes, young Belgrave is in the driving seat already at 14 serving to 3. Good power shot there by Belgrave. Lovely shot there by Belgrave. Good power.
Yes. Good strong player. So it's 15 serving to 4. Belgrave increasing the power as he increases his points. Hitting the ball very hard. That particular one looked a bit wasted. So 4 serving to 16.
Yes, he was trying to find something there, but it didn't quite work for him on that occasion, as Belgrave continues to be in the ascending position of this game between his juniors.
Definitely, and young Brathwaite has been playing extremely well. He hails from the Belfield camp. He has been playing some seniors down there and getting lots and lots of victory. But he's struggling just a bit here with young Belgrave. Young Belgrave being the more experienced player of the two.
That's correct. You have a little pause. This is just getting some official information in place, I trust.
Looking at.
Yes, it seems as though the youngsters are calling the points into question. This is good. It's their right to call it into question, and we're awaiting the result.
Of course, you have it there for the take-in. You can appeal. And it's good to see that these young guys at this age understand the importance of an appeal. And you're correctly saying that they're exercising it, which is great.
Yes, and for those of you listening, in road tennis, you have 3 appeals. So whoever just made that appeal would have 2 more to go.
He would have 2 if he loses. If he actually holds the appeal, he would maintain his 3 appeals in the game.
Yes.
So let's see how this one goes. Still on the replay.
So as we mentioned before, we're live here at the Cigarfield Sobers Gymnasium, the namesake of renowned cricketing legend and national hero of Barbados, Cigarfield Sobers. Even though he's a cricketer, we're here tonight to see some exciting road tennis shots. John?
And I'm quite sure that we're not going to be disappointed when we think about the action that's coming after the junior game. We have the ladies coming up, the playoff between the ladies. And we have the grand finale between the ladies and the men coming up as well. So there's going to be a whole lot of action here tonight at the Griffith Sobers Gymnasium.
Definitely, John, and we have a big prize of 20,000 Barbados dollars at stake. Who will be crowned the king and queen of road tennis, John?
Yes, and I mean, we have seen the two ladies and the finalists. We've seen them time and time. We've seen them on a number of occasions already. But I think the ultimate question tonight, really in the men draw, where we have the young talent of Shakeem Nurse coming up against a very experienced Mark Griffith. And the question is, are we going to see a change of guard tonight? Would we see that at the end of the evening?
Well, John, we know that we're still enjoying a bit of the crop over season, but road tennis right now is on the lips of everyone in Barbados. 6 serving to 17, young Brathwaite with the serve to Kanoja Belgrave. Beautiful exchanges from these youngsters. The future of road tennis, John, is certainly in good hands.
Yes, absolutely. We're seeing two young guys at primary school level, but when we think of juniors, we also have the Tyrese Holders. We have the Untitled Chapter. We have quite a few talented youngsters.
Yes, and that's a beautiful cross-court shot from young Belgrave. The crowd cheers him on tonight as they're seeing the beginning of what is going to be a very exciting and enthralling night of road tennis here tonight, John.
Yes, well, Belgrave still very much in the driver's seat here this evening. 19 now serving to 8.
19 serving to 9.
19-9.
Seems as though the young man Brathwaite is going to escape the embarrassment of perhaps what we call in road tennis a pig, a score under 10.
Let's wait and see. Oh, there. He was going for 2.
So 11 serving to 20. Match and game point here in this one-game exhibition match.
Young Belgrave very much in the driver's seat. Just 1 point away from taking this exhibition game here at the Griffith Sobers Gymnasium. On the big finals night.
The chair umpire said the game is still open. It's 13 serving 20. It seems as though young Brathwaite is beginning to play some road tennis.
Do we have a fight back on our hands?
In an effort to catch him, certainly.
And that's another lovely backhand shot there. Well played there by Brathwaite. Crowd truly appreciating his efforts here this evening. And yes, there goes the cardinal sin on the part of Belgrave serving that one into the net. 20-16.
20 serving to 16. Very powerful backhand serve, creating lots of difficulty for the young Brathwaite. But Brathwaite is certainly catching a rhythm here tonight.
Yes.
It is quite exciting. Nail biting, John.
Yes, it is. And if this is setting the stage for what is yet to come this evening, I'm quite sure that spectators are going to be enjoying every one of road tennis here tonight.
21-17. Kudos to these young men. They did a great exhibition showing the world the talent of these youngsters in our indigenous sport of road tennis. And the crowd here certainly appreciating the efforts from these two young men, John.
Yes, very well done to both Tarico Brathwaite and Kanoja Belgrave. Well done.
Well done. So we're awaiting lots of action here tonight, John. Are you going to tell us who you think will pull off this big prize?
Referring to the ladies?
Well,
or the men?
Big prizes for the ladies and for the men.
I must say, in both games, it's very difficult to call either a winning lady or a man winning here tonight. We have a very close competition on hand in those finals.
Very, very close.
Before we get to the finals, we certainly will have the playoffs coming up. And I can believe that's next on our card as we get ready for the playoff of the women. As we'll see the matchup between Madeline Blunt and Rachel Smith. And following the ladies' playoff, we will have a playoff between Julian White and Dario Hines.
Well, as it relates to Madeline, she's 42 years old. She only started the game of road tennis in 2017. But so far, she has won 4 championships. She's won the Touch of Class and the Q Point Road Tennis Festival. Those are two major championships here in Barbados. And she hails from our neighboring country, our neighboring island, St. Vincent, and she won 2 championships there. So even though she started road tennis only a few years ago, John, she has won 4 championships, and she has played Rachel Smith on 3 previous occasions. 1 in the Q Point Road Tennis Festival. She also played her in the Crop Over tournament, and this is Who We Are tournament. Rachel leads 2-1, but Madeline Blunt has won the last matchup, which is the Q Point Road Tennis Festival. So she's coming here with that energy, she's coming here with that determination, and she's coming here with that drive, believing that she can beat Rachel. Tell us a bit about Rachel, John.
Yeah, Rachel, now on the other hand, she's 34 years old. She started playing road tennis at the age of 9. She's won 2 championships here in Barbados. She won the Dungeon tournament in 2013, and then she won the Haynesville Women Open in 2018. But Rachel has been a contender for some time in road tennis, and she's no stranger at all to the big stage. As you said before, the matchup between these two, Rachel is actually leading 2-1 in the matchup. So I believe that these ladies, we are going to be in for a very good and exciting playoff between Madeline Blunt and Rachel Smith.
Yeah, so we can never downplay the playoff, because when we think of it, the 3rd place winner is getting a hefty purse of $10,000, and even the 4th place person is getting $5,000.
The prize is an interesting prize.
So definitely we expect both players to come here in this playoff and play the same exciting tennis as though they were playing finals.
Yes, I agree with the prize of that sort, certainly. And that's a good prize. That's a very good prize for any road tennis player. And the ladies, they do have a good encouraging incentive here tonight to take that big one of $10,000. Even though it's just a runner-up, it's a good prize nonetheless.
Yes, John, and certainly kudos to the necessary bodies within the government to host this particular tournament. As we've mentioned before, big tournaments in Barbados would play for sometimes around $5,000 to $10,000, and the 3rd place tonight, the 3rd place winner is going to be given $10,000. But of course, John, we are also here to witness the first prize in the men and in the women's category. Men being given a prize of $20,000 and the women given the same.
If you're missing your key, come on over, you just identify it, and it is yours. This is not a prize, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I agree with you. At the finals, and we look forward to the finals tonight. Coming up will be Sheldene Walrond playing Kim Holder. In the men's finals, we'll see the matchup between the experienced Mark Griffith and the young and talented Shakeem Nurse, who's been recently dubbed the Wonder Boy.
Yes, John, and you know, we hit the streets earlier this week, and you and I, we were asking some of the individuals in the sauna and other camps around Barbados who will win, and they all told us this is going to be very close, this is going to be nail-biting, it's going to be exciting. No one is willing to call it, John.
Not even me. Not even at this point.
Certainly not me.
At this point, I will not call it, but what I do know is that both players, either one can take it. We're looking at experienced Mark Griffith. He's known for his defense. You heard him in his interview. He said that persons will be coming here to see shots, but really and truly, he will be showing them tonight that he can actually return them. So can he and will he? We'll just need to see how that goes.
Yes, John, and certainly the excitement does not stay only with the men. We have some exciting women matches that the persons on the street telling us we cannot call it. We cannot call the women either. We have 2 stakeholders of road tennis, 2 individuals who've won the most titles. We have Kim Holder versus Sheldene Waldron, and that match is certainly going to be exciting. But as you can see on your screen, perhaps the officials taking their respective positions to call the playoff game between Madeline Blunt and Rachel Smith.
Yes, as we get set for that big game, the playoff, going to see the officials. The officials been getting their work in as well, getting ready, prepared for this event. Throughout the season, we saw the officials time and time again going through several types of rehearsals, all preparing, and that was a really good sight to see. It's not an easy job being an official.
Certainly not. And John, we have to thank the ministry as well for bringing in the extra camera systems to adjudicate a proper call where the line system is concerned. We know over the years in road tennis in Barbados, we've had some difficulty calling certain balls because of the speed to which these balls move at. But now we have the necessary technology to give an accurate call so that the players get their worth when it comes to those difficult decisions.
And I agree with you. It's very important that the players do get their worth. It's not easy to go out there and have those question points when you really need them most. And it's good to see that, yes, technology is aiding to make those decisions. And it's important that as the players move forward in the sport of road tennis or indigenous sport, that we look at all the ways possible to make the environment a lot more friendly and appreciative for the hard-working players.
Yes, and John, you're hearing the music in the background. The atmosphere here at the Wilde Gymnasium is lively, it's buzzing, and we are awaiting Rachel Smith. We can see her in the camera's view with her coach, Dwayne Lynch, and she looks as though she is a boxer ready to take on someone in the ring. This nice rocky music playing in the background, John.
Yes, and she's moving with the music. She's really making sure that she's warm and ready to do what has to be done on the court this evening. And talking about crowds, the crowd here at the gymnasium is building as well. I think it's still early days, but we had over 2,000 spectators for the semi-finals. So it's very likely that given playoffs tonight and the finals, that number could certainly grow.
Yes, well, we have a seating capacity of 5,000, but because of the COVID restrictions, we're not sure how many individuals would be here tonight, but I'm sure it will be filled to capacity as much as they can hold, John.
Yes, I do agree. As we're getting ready and getting set for the first of the playoffs between the ladies, as Rachel Smith makes her way to the court.
John, we have some lighting systems here that is incredible. The light is now on Rachel Smith. The camera is on Rachel Smith, and soon we're going to see Madeline Blunt. We are not going to downplay this third and fourth place playoff. This is going to be incredible and exciting as well.
I do believe it will be. As we get ready now, Madeline Blunt is getting ready to come to court. Officials in place, and here comes Madeline Blunt as she makes her way to the court.
And she hails from the Road Tennis Elite Academy over in BCC St. Michael in the Ivy. And Rachel, she hails from the Sauna Camp in St. Michael. And John, at this point in time, we want to really shout out some of the local camps in Barbados.
Of course, we do.
And we also want to thank the National Sports Council. They've put down over 180 courts in the last year in Barbados, John. Did you know that?
Well, I certainly knew, but I'm glad that listeners and viewers are actually getting the opportunity to get this very critical information. Yes, there's been a big thrust towards developing the road tennis here in Barbados, and tonight is one of those examples by the government in making sure that this game continues to move forward and do so in a positive way.
Yes, kudos to them. So the coin is being flipped as they do it in cricket.
And while we're talking about camps, we have the Belfield camp, very experienced. They've been around for a very long time. We have the Bush Hall camp. We have players in the Dover area as well as we get ready for the ladies in the middle.
Yes, we have the Tennis Town. We have Tennis City. We have camps as far as the north. We have camps in St. Joseph. They're camps throughout Barbados, and it's really good to see the amount of individuals who've been playing road tennis, especially during the pandemic. Road tennis has become increasingly popular, but we are about to start the game, so we'll just pause until we actually start the game officially. Facing us is Madeline Blunt, and backing us here is Rachel Smith.
It's a 2-3 between these ladies this evening. And Madeline Blunt, she made it here to the playoffs. After winning the round of 16, she defeated Adriana Johnson-Leacock 21-5, 21-6. We bring you more on the love serving love.
1-0. No.
So 2 serving love, Maudlin Blunt with the serve to Rachel Smith. Nice fair exchange between the two ladies, John.
Yes, I think they might see that, especially at the beginning, as they try to shake off any nervous moments. Well, that's a lovely form there by Madeline Blanc. Good power. And on the way to the form, 4-love lead. Very positive start indeed.
Definitely a positive start. And in speaking to Madeline yesterday, she said to me she did not employ her attacking form of tennis while playing Kim, but I'm sure she's going to bring it here today. 1 serving to 4 here, John. Rachel Smith with the serve.
Let's see what Rachel does with her 5 serves. Oh, that. I called it a bit early. I called it a bit early. I thought that one had actually got past Rachel. Rachel did really well on the defense and make her opponent play yet another shot. Well done to both players on this occasion.
Yes, this is good road tennis. This is good road tennis, exciting road tennis. We thought it was a passing shot, but it was well defended by Rachel Smith.
Correct.
Make you take back your words, John.
Yes, and that don't happen too often, Calvin. 2 serving out to 5.
So it's 2 serving to 6. Maudlin Blunt slowly accumulating her points.
Yes, and she's building a lead here, a 5-point lead, which can be dangerous if Rachel doesn't close it as quickly as she can.
Yes, and Rachel, the more experienced of the two players, but certainly Maudlin is playing a very controlled game of tennis here tonight. So yes. 8 serving to 2, that's a big gap, John.
Yes, it is, but it's showing the different attitude here this evening by Maudlin Blunt. She seemed to come up with a mindset that she's going to stroke the ball a lot more comfortably. She's going to go for her shots, and we're seeing that already very early in this game.
8 serving to 2.
8 serving to 2.
As the lead continues to build here, a good 7-point lead.
And the crowd is trickling in quite slowly, but consistently. I think we're going to have a big crowd here tonight. Nice passing shot by Rachel Smith.
Yes, that was indeed a very good shot there by Rachel.
John, Rachel is playing some really good defensive tennis.
Yes, she is. That was good defensive tennis by her as well on that occasion. A 10-4 score.
Service change. 4 serving to 11. 4, serving to 12. 5, serving to 12. 5, serving to 12. 5, serving to 13.
We get echo.
Six, serving to 13.
6 serving to 13. Rachel Smith with the serve. Madeline Blunt just raising her hand, indicating she's not quite ready. Very tricky play, good adjustment by Madeline Blunt though.
13, serving to 7.
13 serving to 7, John. The gap is becoming a bit closer. Rachel playing some smart tennis, thrusting the ball backcourt and creating some difficulty for Madeline Blunt.
Yes, she is. Good defensive tennis by Rachel.
13, serving to 8.
13 serving 8 now, John.
Yes, Madeline Blunt still very much in the driver's seat. A very comfortable lead, and one that she, I think, will feel appreciative of at this stage. Let's see if she can maintain it. Nice. Good rally, good exchange. Oh, that's easily put away.
14, serving to 8.
Very good shot there by Madeline Blunt.
Well, John, when a penalty is given, a good player takes it. And that's exactly what she did with that particular shot.
As the gap opens even more, the pressure will certainly be building here on Rachel if she's going to get back in game number 1.
14 serving to 8 in the first game of the playoff of the evening. Facing us and serving the ball is Madeline Blunt. Receiving the ball and backing us is Rachel Smith.
But that was a good straight cross court by Blunt. Very good shot, if indeed it is on. As you realize that Rachel is challenging the play. Let's see
TV
what the
director
official result brings.
Sheldene. TV director Sheldene.
So we're into the first game of the playoffs between Madeline Blunt and Rachel Smith. Currently have an inquiry on a stroke that was played not long ago by Blunt as we await the outcome.
The decision has been made.
John, we're
TV
using
director,
the
ball is good.
advanced
Ball is good.
video camera system that was employed by the
Ball is
particular
good.
individuals hosting this tournament. So now the umpires don't have to work that hard in making a decision.
Ball is good.
And we can understand sometimes some of these decisions are extremely hard to make because of the speed of the ball or perhaps the angle. So now we have a replay system. That particular ball was adjudged as in.
Yeah, so the points goes to Madeline Blunt.
It's 15-8.
The score is now 15 serving to 8.
You have
Still a very comfortable lead here for Blunt in game number 1, 15-8.
15 serving to 8. Eight.
16 serving to 8, and somehow, John, these forearm cross-court shots that Blunt is bringing towards Rachel are giving her some trouble.
Yes, she's striking the ball with good force and getting good lift as well. And for some reason, Rachel is really not negotiating those balls. And this is a good exchange. Well done there by Rachel on the occasion.
So 9 serving to 16. Rachel being the determined player that she is. We're sure that she's looking to garner some more points and keep this score as close as possible. 10 serving to 16.
Well, that's a good start of her 5 serves. She has 1 so far. 4 or 5 will certainly get her back in this game. Let's see what happens.
Good punching, good defending. Nice cross-court shot, but well defended again. That one, she just parries away the outer side of the court.
Yes, and that's good defensive playing by Rachel, but we have to give all credit to Blunt, keeping a level head and good placement of that ball on that occasion. And she continues to maintain her lead and get even closer to that critical point of 21.
Yes, John, and as we look into the audience, it's really good to see a lot of individuals from the cabinet, some of the politicians of Barbados coming here to sit down and relax and enjoy our indigenous sport of road tennis.
Yes, and it goes to show the magnitude and the distance that we're getting off of road tennis. We've got to say a special compliment to the Minister of Sports, Mr. Charles Griffith, for his initiative. And here, I'm sure that he's happy to see what we are witnessing here at the gymnasium tonight.
Yes, John, and it's really good to know that this particular program, for example, is being streamed many parts of the world. We have individuals as far as Africa watching it, some individuals in Australia. We understand that individuals from Dubai are locked on. This is good.
It's lovely. You forgot New York. New York is a big follower of this road tennis as well. And I'm quite sure that those persons in New York will not miss out on the big finals.
Well, definitely you can't forget the diaspora. Many individuals from New York, Miami, Pennsylvania, those places that have left Barbados, they're still playing road tennis and enjoying this beautiful sport, keeping them fit. And of course, the competitive part of it, keeping them as young as possible, John.
Of course. Something is happening there for Madeline Blunt. She went over and had a check on her racket, maybe having a bit of a problem.
Well, we're experiencing a bit of technical difficulty if you're hearing it at home, and it seems as though Madeline Blunt was experiencing a bit of
technically on the
with
court
her racket as well. Nice soft exchanges from both players. Playing a bit tentative now.
10-18. She's looking to go to the center of the court, but nonetheless, that one went just beyond the lane.
20-10,
So the serves change. We are certainly going to see Madeline Blunt in the driver's seat, just 1 point away, serving at 20-10.
20-10. And Madeline stamping some authority here. She defeated Rachel recently, and she's showing from this first game, it's an indication that she can beat her in a good game of road tennis. But we still have 2 more games to go, John. Or perhaps 1 more, depending on how the second game goes.
Yes, I agree. When Rachel won against Blunt, that was actually a shotgun. Sorry, my correction. When Blunt won, it was she defeated Rachel in a shotgun 1-game scenario. But tonight we have a 2-best-of-3.
TV director, Seaside Lane.
So you can hear the chair official, Mr. Christopher Griffith, calling for a C-line view. And as we mentioned before, we have the technology to do a review system so that we can definitely see whose point it is. And we are awaiting that call right now.
A call at a score of 20-10. Madeline Blunt still very much in the driver's seat.
We have Mr. Tito Ellis. He's the second official who will call this particular point.
And he's very much in the review, having a close look.
Let's
see what the outcome. The winner of this ladies playoff takes home the prize of $10,000 for third place. And hey, what a prize.
What a prize. $5,000 US, John.
$5,000 US and third place. What a
and
lovely
it's not just about the money, John, so we just want to put all of this into perspective. It's about the bragging rights, it's about the advancement of the sport, it's about the development of the sport as well.
I totally agree. I actually will stress a bit more on the bragging rights. That is one component and one area of road tennis that is a special local touch to the sport. We too love to brag.
Yes, and of course, in listening to the interviews between Venom, listening to the interviews between Venom and Shakeem, you hear these individuals talking about who will beat who.
Ball is up. Ball out. Decision on the screen.
So the ball is adjudged as out. One official said we are still awaiting
the official word from the chair
official
umpire.
word from the chair umpire. So a slight delay here as we await the decision, and it's called out.
First game goes to Madeline Blunt, 21-10.
So 21-10, first game to Madeline Blunt.
I'm sure that Madeline will be happy with that start. I mean, you said before she won, but when she last played Rachel, it was a shotgun. So tonight, being 2 best in 3 is a good way to start and build her confidence as she moves in, hopefully for 2 straight, if that can be achieved.
Well, John, knowing Rachel is that type of player who fights to the end. And I am expecting, though, that Rachel in this second game to buckle down. She has a very good coach in Dwayne Lynch. He's going to talk to her, try to figure out where she went wrong, try to give her the necessary tips to sit down, buckle down, and play the tennis that she knows, because she knows the tennis that it would take to put up a decent fight against Madeline Blunt.
Yes, I agree. One of the power areas of Blunt's game in game number 1, that she really won a lot of her serves. From early, she took charge of using her serve. She built a very good, comfortable lead and never relinquished it. So let's see if Rachel can turn this around in game number 2.
So, holding the ball in their hand and facing the camera is Rachel Smith, defending the serve. And back in the camera is Madeline Blunt, who won the first game.
And Rachel committing the cardinal sin of road tennis on the very serve. We have a score now, Love serving to 1.
Yes, and tonight we're going to talk a bit too about the psychological advantages of winning the first game. So Madeline should have a bit more confidence. That's how it works most of the time, but not all the time, John.
No, I agree. There are some players that really need to warm up. They need to get into the game, and then you see a better game 2 and 3. So we cannot rule out Rachel at all. We just need to give her an opportunity to get her momentum going in this second game.
Yes, and these are 2 good road tennis players who have won lots of games and matches to advance to this stage here, even though they're playing for the 3rd and 4th place playoff, John.
Yes, and they're both playing as if you're at final. Good fight, good exchange, very good rally on that occasion. And Rachel getting the better of Blunt on in that point. The score now is 1-7-4. A good start here for Rachel.
Yes. Could it be, John, that particular end of the court is where all of the points are gathered? That happens sometimes.
Yes, I agree, it happens. We just have to wait a bit and see how it actually plays out. But that's good. A much better control shot there by Rachel. She's stroking the ball, she's getting down, she's low. She looks a lot better at the beginning of this second game.
Yes, so 1-7-5. Now 2 serving to 5.
2, serving to 5.
Rachel just knocking that ball a bit too hard on the baseline. Just out.
2, serving to 6.
2 serving to 6. It appears as though both players have lost a bit of momentum with the decision that took a bit longer than they perhaps anticipated. So we're hoping that both of them can warm up and perhaps give us the best tennis that they have in their hands, John.
2, serving to 7.
Well, I agree. But on the other hand, we are seeing a Rachel who's building a lead here. And the more I think that she's able to achieve that, we're going to see even more stroke play from Rachel.
8, serving to 2.
A similar score to what we had in game 1. In game 1, Blunt led comfortably at 8-2. And here we have on the flip side, we have Rachel who's doing something very similar indeed.
Yes, good observation. That's why I asked you, John, if perhaps that side of the court is the side of the court that you garner the most points.
We'll wait and see.
We'll wait and see, John. Nice soft serve to the back arm and then a powerful stroke to the forearm.
Well, that one seemed to be getting attention, and one that will go for review. Rachel believes different.
Baseline on B court.
So we're awaiting the umpire's decision on that particular play. And we can see here on your screen the replay system. Even though we have the replay system, John, this ball is still traveling at an increasingly fast speed. We wouldn't tell you how we see it, but we'll wait to see the official umpires. But we have our decision here in the commentary box.
Ball is in.
Yes, just how we saw it, John.
Lovely shot. 9 serving to 2. Kudos to Rachel. That was a nice shot. Good back line, good power. And her lead continues to build.
9, serving to 3.
9 serving to 3. Rachel Smith with the serve. Serving to Blunt's forearm regularly. Perhaps that's the admonition from her coach, Mr. Dwayne Lynch.
Yes, 10-3. A good, comfortable lead here by Rachel Smith. And that's a lovely shot. It was short and it was there for the taking. And she did really well to just come and punch that one away.
And John, you will realize that Rachel decided to serve to the back arm on that occasion, creating some space through the form, and then she took the shot.
3, serving to 5. Dead ball. 3, serving to 13. Appealing ball. C, second on.
A few viewers at home, feel free to message in your comments to 246-233-5899. Let us know what you think of the game. Let us know what you think of the commentary. And let us know what you think of the overall action of road tennis.
A score 3 serving now to 12. We're waiting the decision on that last stroke play.
Decision has been made. Ball is good. Ball is good.
The ball is in. 4, serving to 5.
It will take some effort here by Blunt at 4 serving to 12.
The point is rewarded for
Nothing beyond her as Rachel Smith.
the line called the ball out when the ball was in. So it's a fault from the lane official. So it's 3, serving to 12. Point to half and half.
3 serving to 12.
Correction.
That particular point was squash, or as we call it in road tennis vernacular in Barbados, it was huff.
Well, that was a good exchange by both players.
Rachel thought the initial ball was out. She almost stopped playing on it, and now she has appealed it. So we will again go to the review system. Well, the chair umpire is allowing Rachel to know that she would not be able to appeal that particular one on a technicality.
And he has awarded a point to Blunt. So we have a score now 4-0, serving to 12. Bounce serve to the center of the court. Good serve there on that occasion by Blunt. 5 serving to 12. Moving that last serve to the back arm.
Rachel certainly stepping much more in this second game, John. She's getting warm. It's evident now that she's beginning to catch her rhythm. 6 serving to 12. A nice 6-point lead to Rachel.
But Blunt is a fighter, so she needs to be careful not to sit on her laurels and get comfortable thinking that the game is all over, and make sure that she maintains the pressure that's being applied at this point to Blunt.
Certainly.
6-13.
So 6 serving to 13. Nice 7-point lead. And Rachel is going for the attack on that particular shot.
14 serving to 6.
14 serving to 6. The serve has no change in Rachel's favor. A nice soft serve.
That was a lovely serve. Good change. Slow. She took the pace off, but it was the angle as well.
And John, when a player changes the power of a serve, oftentimes it tricks the opponent, and that is exactly what happened.
I agree. Good change by Rachel. Good power shot again. Right in the forearm.
16 serving to 6.
And as you may realize from your screen, friends at home, Madeline Blunt took a walk to her coach to try to figure out, where am I going wrong?
Yes, and that's good thinking. That's very good thinking. And take a break in that momentum. Good break, good clever thinking, good tennis by Blunt.
16-7.
Lovely backhand serve
17 serving to 7.
by Rachel Smith. Good power, and Blunt was unable to return on that occasion.
Big baseline.
Right to B baseline. B back lane. B back lane.
So we are awaiting the umpire's decision on that particular ball.
As you watch the replay on the screen.
And maybe you viewers at home, you can decide whether it's in or out before it is officially called. It's a little game you can play amongst yourselves.
C long lane. C long lane. That looked like a C long lane call.
A good opportunity to take a break, because we saw Rachel continue to get a lot closer to that magic point of 21, which will allow her to push this into game 3. And I'm quite sure that coming out of a game 2 winning, there's even some greater confidence for that particular player as he or she goes into game 3.
Yes, and Madeline Blunt taking some advice there from her coach, Ken Belgrave from the Elite Academy. She's using the time, utilizing the time wisely as she speaks to him to get the necessary advice as to what exactly to do, perhaps maybe not in this game 2, John, but game 3.
Well, she's not alone, because Rachel is doing exactly the same. She's having a chat with her coach, Julian Lynch, and I'm quite sure that he will be giving her instructions. Let's see if we can wrap this one up and move into a game 3 with at least some slight psychological advantage.
Well, that makes sense. We can see in the camera's view Venom sitting in a red hat, waiting to get his turn on the court. We have Sheldene Walrond.
She's on screen as well.
On screen.
I can't see it, right?
Sitting on the outer ends of 80 Best.
Yes.
Coach to both of them.
Those two finalists, I guess that they're getting their minds and they're getting all set for the big showdown as we anticipate the men and the women upcoming finals here on the Barbados Road Tennis 2022.
Yes, John, and as anticipated, there is a massive crowd here at the Wilde Gymnasium tonight. And you never know, John, there are several hundreds more that may be coming. Still early in the night.
Still early in the night, we have up to a capacity of 5,000. Once seated properly and keeping the COVID arrangements, distancing in mind, we'll see how that goes.
7-18.
So 7-18. 3 more points for Rachel to get home in this particular game. Seven serving to 19.
A comfortable lead, just 2 points away. Lovely shot.
8-19.
She was going to put some good pressure, good power on that last shot, but take the top of the net, the 6-inch enemy.
Appeal on A baseline.
So another appeal on the baseline. Those points are usually difficult if they're traveling at a certain speed. So the chair umpire, Christopher Griffith, will have to seek the assistance of technology to call that one, John.
Yes, it's there, and it's important that you make the use of it. You won't know if it's working or not. Check it. But these points are very important.
Ball good, ball good.
Ball is in, you have 2 appeals left.
Ball call in.
9 serving to 19.
The score 9-19.
9 serving to 19. It seems as though Madeline Blunt is seeking the assistance of the janitorial services to make sure that the court is dry and safe to play on.
At 9 now, serving to 19, it would take a very big effort. So I would certainly want to make sure my surroundings, because knowing Madeline Blunt, she's not going to give up. She's not going to just give this game away. And it's important that she fights to the end.
Definitely, John. And she's not just aiming to win this game, but she's aiming to take away the confidence of Rachel. Anytime you're playing an opponent and you realize that opponent is gaining confidence, you need to somehow take that away.
Yes, I agree. One thing that she's been able to achieve is that she got to that magic number of 10. So there'll be no pig here on this particular occasion.
Certainly not.
Serving to 20, 10 service change. First, the point to Rachel Smith at 20-10.
So 27 to 10, the serve has changed. Powerful shot by Rachel, well returned. And given back to her, and she takes it. She takes the shot and she takes the game at 21-10.
Well done by Rachel. That ball was there for taking. Comfortable bounce, and she put that one away with great ease. So we're into the third game with Madeline Blunt having won the first game 21-10. And now Rachel, she's been in the second one, 21-10 as well. Now the ultimate question, Scott, is it the end?
Well, John,
both ladies started or played on that end, and we have an even result of 21-10.
Well, let's put it this way, John. Both players have garnered 31 points for the night. So they're all equal.
It's an equal game.
This third game now will be the decisive game to see who will win that $10,000 in bragging rights of being the third best female player in this Barbados Road Tennis Open competition 2022.
Yes, I agree. As the players get ready to go back to court, and for those viewers wherever you are around the world, Dubai, the Caribbean, New York, UK, welcome to the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium. We're into the playoff, game number 3. So facing the camera, we have Madeline Blunt, and she'll be serving to Rachel Smith. Love, serving love.
Nice exchanges, and John, I anticipate that this particular game is going to be an increase in intensity. It's the final game, it's the deciding game, and both players now will have to step up their game a notch.
Yes, they will, but Madeline Blunt is off to a good start. One love, this is a lovely exchange by both players.
Both players can defend, both players can attack when they want to. And that's what makes the game so competitive and creative between these particular players here.
I agree. So we have even score, 1 all. It was good, they really attacked, and then they were able to go back to the defensive mode and then attack once again. So we're really seeing a good variation of tennis from these ladies here this evening. As the crowd continues to build, we see persons are still coming in to the gymnasium looking for the best view.
For the action tonight, John.
That's right. Lots of action in store.
Penalty. Well taken by Rachel. And for you viewers at home, you may realize that some of the players are actually thrusting the ball backcourt, and the reason for that is to create difficulty and take away a power shot from the opponent. So when a ball is played close to the net, you give the opportunity to the other individual to perhaps create their shot just how they want it. You need to take that away from the opponent.
Well, we have a score now of 2 serving to 2. As Blunt, a bounce serve to the forehand, and a repeat shot to the forehand, but that one is being questioned. So we go to technology to decide who will go to 3.
TV director D Long Lane. D Long Lane.
Yes, John. And with these huge prizes being awarded with the development of road tennis, we have to employ technology to decide some of these points. It's only fair.
Giving the player every chance he or she deserves.
One more time.
As the crowd continues to build on the inside. I'm quite sure that there may be a question about the capacity here this evening. There's been lots of talk all week long about this anticipated match between Sheldene and Kim, and very much on talk around the tongue about Shakeem and Mark Griffith. So with all that talk, Scott, we're in for some action tonight.
Definitely. 3 serving to 2. Rachel Smith back in the camera with the serve. Serves to Madeline Blunt. And for those of you who know locked on, Madeline Blunt won the first game 21-10. Rachel repeat with the same score, 21-10, defeating Madeline Blunt in the second game. And this third game will decide who will be the winner of 10,000 Barbados dollars.
And that was a lovely form there by Rachel Smith, giving her a 4-3 lead. She's on the attack here once again. Lovely shot there by Rachel. Inside out to the backhand of Blunt, who had no answer on that occasion. The score now is 5 serving to 3.
5 serving to 3. Absolutely no answer, as you said, John. and Maudlin Blunt would need to buckle down and figure it out. Another powerful shot to the form from Rachel Smith. Rachel is gaining momentum. She is now stamping her authority and her experience as a player in Barbados.
Yes, she is, and she's doing really well. Those balls were center court, close to the net, and she did well to put those away. Those are penalties. You certainly would not want to miss those in a play off for $10,000.
3 serving to 7.
So it's 3 serving to 7. Blunt is trailing by 4 points and looking to perhaps keep the score a bit closer now with her serves. Nice cross-court shot from Blunt, John.
Yes, that was a very good shot for now serving to 7. What a change in game number 3. We saw both players in game 1 and 2 had an 8-point lead, 8-2 lead, and here it is now. Blunt is actually trailing.
5 serving to 7.
So 5 serving to 7, John. So my assessment of the court gathering the most points apparently is wrong. Well, we'll see.
We have to wait and see what happens at 5 serving to 7. Blunt, she's getting some cleanup done once again.
And we would appreciate, friends, that road tennis is usually played on an asphalt surface, but now we are playing on concrete wood here in the inside of the Wilde Gymnasium. So therefore, we are employing the services of the janitor to make sure that the court is extremely clean, dry, and safe for the players to play on.
5 serving to 7.
2-point difference as we continue. 5 now serving to 7. As Blunt serves to the back arm. Lovely exchange so far. Oh, what a lovely form shot there by Rachel. She's coming, her confidence is lifting, and that ball it really was not that high, but a lovely execution there on the occasion.
Blunt with her own shots as well. So a fair amount of exchanges where shots are concerned.
6 serving to 8.
So 6 serving to 8, just a 2-point gap. I'm sure that both players are trying to keep it as close as possible in this third and deciding game.
Yes, I agree. And Rachel is drawing close to that magic number of 10. I wonder if that's going through her mind as well. Oh, again, lovely short play there by Rachel. She's playing those inside-out forms and getting their dividends. She's doing really well at 9 now with serve to 6. She just 1 point, a magic point of the switch.
So 9-6, and if it is true that Rachel is getting most of her points from that side of the court, as she switched to that side, we'll see.
Oh, looking to force that one on that occasion and got no further than the 6-inch enemy. The score now is 7 serving to 9. The 8-inch enemy correction.
10-7. Switch.
So 10-7 score, as we know in road tennis, game number 3. Now at the 10th point, you will switch ends, as we are seeing here between the players here. So Rachel moves with a 3-point difference, Kelvin.
Yes, definitely. And this switches to afford both players the opportunity to play on both ends of the court in the deciding game so that no one can benefit from the advantage of either side.
Now let's see what if your prediction on the ends are correct at this point. She's at the area that produced the ultimate outcome. Will we see it here at 10 now serving to 7 on your favorite end?
Two very tall road tennis players though, John, and it affords them the opportunity to have a good reach across the court, the opportunity to have a good stretch, to step into the court for shots, and lots of range.
Yes, I agree. And here it is, that the ball, she maintains a backhand approach. She's striking quite a bit of those balls to Blunt's backhand. Maybe a game plan.
Well, I'm sure that Blunt is sending the ball to Rachel's backarm as well. But that's a nice switch. That's a beautiful turn. And she reaped some dividends there. I'm sure that Blunt is going to stay away as much as possible from Rachel's form, because Rachel's form was becoming a bit too deadly.
Yes, but she did good, very well on that occasion. It was a well-timed form, one that I don't believe Rachel was expecting. And one of the best shots in the sport is that one that the opponent least expects.
Very good point, John. So the players are being summoned to court. They only have a 10-point break. Anything beyond that, they can be penalized. Very powerful shot there from the form of Rachel Smith. Penetrating the racket of Blunt. 8-7-12. Blunt is hoping to get as many points from her serves as possible as she trails by 4 points.
I thought Rachel did well at that 11-8 point. But that was a crucial change. You do not want an 11-9, a 12-8. Actually gives you some comfort. And here she is benefiting from that particular play.
Yes,
8-14, the gap's open.
Gap is open. So Blunt winning the first game, Rachel winning the second game, and now Blunt is trailing in the third and deciding game, 8-15. 9-15. The countenance of Blunt's face is certainly suggesting that she's a bit upset and perhaps a bit disappointed to be so far behind, but she's putting up a good fight. Very nice soft serve.
Yes.
A very difficult angle just behind the net, John.
We saw her serving like that against Sheldene Warren, and tonight is the first time that we're actually seeing that she's used that serve.
Yes, I'm sure that her coach should be telling her, you have that serve in your arsenal. This is the time now to pull out the serve and try to gather as much points as possible.
But it worked for her on that occasion. And let's see when she's serving again if she would employ it a bit more.
16-10.
So 16-10. The serve now belongs to Rachel.
Come here.
And John, you realize that Rachel is stepping toward the court. When you see a player stepping in the middle of the court, they are about to attack.
Oh,
there
what
you go.
a lovely play.
Yes,
you call that one, Calvin, and you're perfectly correct. She was positioning well, and when that ball was there for the put away, she did so.
Yes, from the momentum, we were
And
definitely anticipating. Rachel is stamping her authority. She's driving home the shots.
With a repeat shot, another lovely shot through the backhand. And she builds that lead of 18-10. More power again from Rachel. 19 now will serve to 10 as Rachel positions herself in the driver's seat here this evening.
Yes, that's a big lead, John. A lead that is going to be difficult for Blunt. Not impossible,
that is
but extremely difficult. 10-20.
Those last 3 points we saw from Rachel was well played. It showed how she took authority of the game, good control, and now here she is just 1 point away from winning this playoff and taking that lovely prize of $10,000.
Oh, Blunt is asking for the court to be mocked again, and she would obviously take this opportunity to speak to Mr. Ken Belgrave, her coach from the Elite Coaching Academy, BCC, the IV, St. Michael. And that makes a lot of sense. It's a nice strategic move, John. It's within her right.
Yes, I agree. It's within her right, but we have a game that I think has got away from her. I'm quite sure that Rachel Smith will not relinquish at the 2010.
Yes, both players played well. Blunt is putting up a strong fight, but as you mentioned, John, the gap is extremely wide.
Yes, it is. That's 10-20.
Game goes for Rachel Smith.
She serves that one out.
So Rachel Smith
Smith.
is the winner of this game at 21-10.
And
She will be gaining the third prize of 10,000 Barbados dollars.
well done to Rachel, and the crowd showing appreciation. Well done.
Yes, as we take a brief break here from commentary.
Yes, it's fun. I mean, as you saw, both players put on an excellent show. Round of applause once again for all the players this season. Come on, make them feel nice. Barbados Road Tennis Open Tournament for 2022. And momentarily we'll be returning to that court. Just a matter of moments to reset the arena, give the officials a few minutes, and then we'll be ready for that battle royale. White versus Hines, Hines versus White. And I want to thank the sponsors as well this afternoon, into evening and night, and of course continue to support the bar. Brought to you this evening by Nights, Life Nights Plus, and Pinewood Juices. Sit, smile, and enjoy. Here's a fair garden. We're going to have you rocking some beer this evening responsibly. If you drink no pride, drive no drink. Congratulations once again, Kiko. And remember for that fair garden, for those here at the Garfield Sobers Sports Complex and those on the stream as well. Best 2 of 3. Up next, and then the finals. Best 3 of 5.
Sobers Gymnasium. They're talking about the Barbados Road Tennis Open Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening to you. Good night, good morning, wherever you are in the world. My name is Julian White, and this is live coverage of the Barbados Road Tennis Open competition. It is finals night. We've had a couple of months of of competitive action, and it all culminates tonight here at the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium. We just witnessed the third place matchup in the ladies section, and coming to court shortly, we're going to have a big showdown, the finals tonight between Kim Holder and Sheldene Walrond. Now, just had a defeat there for Madeline Blunt, and Rachel Smith got past her 21-10, 21-10, 10-21, 21-10. So Blunt putting up a fight in the second game, but then Smith turned up the pressure in the third. So we just had a completion of the third place playoff, and Rachel Smith, she will go away with $10,000 in this one. But the top prize tonight, it is $20,000 for the females, $20,000 as well for the males, coming your way a bit later on. But we're waiting right now for the final group to get on court. And of course, the officials and everything is in place. The Wildy Gymnasium is full. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a wonderful turnout for the semis. And now tonight, on finals night, we've got a great crowd on hand for what should be an exciting matchup in both the ladies and the men's section. The men's showdown, we can tell you that in the third place first up, we're going to see Julian Michael Jackson White on court. We know he lost in the semifinals to Mark Venom Griffith, but then you've got the exciting, of course, Shakeem Nurse to come a bit later on. But in the third place playoff against Julian Michael Jackson White, you're going to see Dario Hines in action. So it'll be White versus Hines in that showdown. And then the creme de la creme, we will have Mark Venom Griffith taking on a youngster, Shakeem Nurse, in that big showdown for $20,000. We've got a lovely crowd, as I mentioned before. The action so far has been riveting. Indeed, everything is in place. We've got the replay equipment. We've got all the personnel, and this feels like some sort of Wimbledon competition here in Barbados. Look at the crowd, wonderful scenes. Right now, a bit of a break in between the third place and that final, that women's showdown. But nonetheless, we're going to see the powerful Kim Holder going up against the very smart Sheldene Walrond. And Sheldene is an individual who is very, very focused on her game. We saw her got past Kim a couple occasions in some previous tournaments, but Kim, with that power that we know she possesses, will be a handful coming into this final here at the Wildy Gymnasium. Definitely, it is going to be one to watch. So stay tuned. Our commentary team is in place, and we're getting ready for the final showdown.
Team 61-1. Team 61-21. Need you to urgently check your vehicle, please. Especially before the next game begins. So the driver of team 6121, please check your vehicle as soon as possible.
Welcome to the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium, the namesake of renowned cricketing legend and national hero of Barbados, Garfield Sobers. Welcome as well to the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2022 on finals night. We will be providing full coverage for the playoffs and for both finals. Tonight, we have 4 individuals. 2 will be vying for $20,000 in the male and the female category, and 2 will be vying for $10,000 in the third and fourth playoffs. I am Kelvin Scott, and alongside me in commentary is my friend and commentator, John Wick Chandler. Good evening, John. How are you, and what are your thoughts about the upcoming playoffs and finals?
Good evening, Calvin. Good evening to our viewers and listeners locally, regionally, and internationally. This evening, we're looking forward to an evening of exciting road tennis from all of the players. As we sit in the historic Garfield Sobers Gymnasium. Did you know that the gymnasium was opened in November of 1992 and has a seating capacity of some 5,000 persons? Over 2,000 road tennis fans attended the semifinals, and we're anticipating many more for the playoffs and the finals tonight. This evening, we have the women playoff, Madeline Blunt and Rachel Smith faced off. Coming up, we have the men, Julian White and Dario Hines. The third place purse of some $10,000 and $5,000 for fourth place. Following the playoffs, we will have the men and the women championship matches. In the women finals, we will see the matchup between Sheldene Walrond and Kim Holder. In the men's finals, we'll see the matchup between the experienced Mark Griffith and the young and talented Shakeem Nurse, recently dubbed the Wonder Boy.
The officials are in position. As you get ready now, we're going to give a rousing welcome once more. Our next player, Dario Hines.
So Dario Hines is about to make his way to the court. We know that Dario is a man of flair, but he's also a very good player. And Dario would have played several individuals before he got here. He played Julian White on 5 previous occasions, but in this particular tournament, he would have defeated several individuals, as we mentioned before, in the round of 32, the round of 16, the quarterfinals, in the semifinals, and now he is here in the 3rd place playoff. John?
Well, we welcome Julian White, the 54-year-old who started in early years of 1990s and won a total of some 52 championships. He's here tonight as he waved to his crowd and get ready to go to take center stage, vying for this prize of $10,000, 3rd place of the men's playoff. It's going to be an exciting game here tonight.
He has so many names in road tennis. They also dub him as the original world boss of road tennis, Julian Michael Jackson White. He has played Dario several times before, and somehow he has had the lead on Dario. Let's see what happens here tonight.
Yes, he actually leads four sets to 1, and Dario having won the very last that they both played in the St. John Independence Tournament, and that was a shotgun on that occasion in 2019.
Yeah, so we have Dario. He is standing at 6'1". He's 26 years old. He has won the Under-21 championship in 2012, and in 2014 he won the Clash of the Titans. 2016 he won the B-Class Island-wide tournament, and in 2020 he was even a semi-finalist in the This Is Who We Are tournament. So we're expecting lots of action here. We have Michael Jackson, 54 years old, and as you mentioned before, he has won 52 road tennis titles, John.
And among those wins he won the Monarch of the Court in 2017. That's when he won that car on that occasion. What a brilliant display of tennis that night, to be 2 love down and coming back 3 from the back, and actually defeating Mark Venom on that occasion. So we're talking about a player who has, and is definitely a decorated player in road tennis.
Yes, John, and yesterday when we were in the sauna in Bank Hall, we were speaking to Michael Jackson, and he said, you know, I am 20 years, almost 20 years Dario's senior. So we're seeing youth versus experience. A nice short ball. White was not expecting that particular return.
What a way to start a game. Bounce serve, and Dario just returning gently. And I believe he was beating flight of pace on that occasion. I think we're into this is 3 best in 5 tonight. For the position for the 3rd place of $10,000.
Yes, John, and these 2 players here have been deemed by many as traditional volleyers and defenders of road tennis, but they both can attack.
Yes, once given the opportunity. Love serving to 4. A good start here, ready by Dario.
And I'm sure Jackson would be expecting to at least get 1 point from his serves. Dario seems to be in the attacking mode tonight, John.
Yes, he is.
Jackson testing the tees in that back arm, though, and gaining success.
Well, we have a 4-1 change of score, as Dario will now serve. Good rally on that point. As you said before, we can expect quite a bit of rallies here this evening.
Nice short ball from Dario. And somehow it appears as though White is testing that back arm of Dario and staying out of the form for now, playing very tentative, trying not to perhaps receive the attacking form of Dario, or at least not as yet, John.
Well, we're very much in the warm-up stage. Remember that he's 50 plus. I'm quite sure that he will be just trying to get his momentum going as well. But good exchanges by both players.
Nice short ball.
That was a lovely weight off. Good weight off shot there by Julian.
And for those of you following road tennis over the years, we know that Michael Jackson usually starts off his first game a bit slowly, but eventually he gets warm, and you will see all of those fancy shots and beautiful footwork coming from him. So 4-7-3, a 1-point lead by the server Dario Hines. For all.
Gets the even score. We saw Dario just a couple of weeks when he played in the quarterfinals, and he played against Julian Lynch. That night we saw Dario Hines. He asked if he actually peaked on that night. He was playing some excellent tennis, and I think that quality of tennis that he played at Silver Hill not long ago, he need to bring that here tonight if he's going to get past Julian White.
Definitely. So both of these players lost in the semifinals, so they're playing for the playoff. Julian Michael Jackson White was defeated 2-0 by Mark Venom Griffith, and Dario Ric Flair Hines was defeated 3-0 by Shakeem Nurse, the 17-year-old. So 4-7-6.
That was a lovely form by Dario on that occasion to hit to take a 6-4 lead.
4-7.
So 4-7-7. White there looking for the setup. He served in Dario's backarm, and then he went very powerfully in the form. Yes, but he didn't get what he was trying to achieve on that occasion, John.
No, he did not. And as Julian says, going through the form, he's actually trying to put a bit more power on the ball.
4-7-9.
It's said that if you're going to get through Dario Hines, it's going to be important that you use the form and tap more so than his backarm. Dario Hines is known for having a very strong backarm in the road tennis arena.
Yes, and Dario Hines hails from the Simon Bain camp in Christchurch, but he has been playing with Jackson over the years as a practice partner, so they both know each other well. They've been playing at Rubis together for many years, and it's just a matter of who is the better player on the night.
And Rubis is a camp represented here this evening by Julian White. We call here Julian White and the Rubis team taking a number of village tournaments in recent times, and I'm quite sure that those persons from Rubis will be here tonight trying to push him on and encourage him to go after this $10,000.
Yes.
10, serving the 6.
And White has to play some very creative and crafty tennis with the tall 6'1" Dario Hines on the opposite side of the court. So he has to pull the ball to the right, create that room on the left, either the backarm or the form, then to penetrate, John. It's not easy to penetrate a good defender like Dario Hines.
No, but Dario is serving with a comfortable 4-point lead, given the fact that we're talking about 2 A-class players here this evening. And that's a good lead. 10-6. Can he capitalize? We have to see if he can take 10-7-7.
There has been some debate as to whether Dario is an attacker or a defender, but we know that he's a balanced player, that is for sure, and if he needs to defend, he will defend, and if he needs to attack, he will attack.
Yes, and on that occasion, he displayed some good control on the backarm, and he took the weight off, and White was not expecting that, and he pulled him into the court, and he was successful on that occasion, and White spotted on that particular shot.
White keeping the ball as low as possible to take away that powerful shot that can be created by Dario.
But Dario still maintains at least a 3-point lead. He'll be serving now 11-7-8.
And gentlemen, I know that a lot of focus has been on Julian's fitness as well. Any word on the status of, how he feels coming into this third place?
Well, we spoke to him yesterday in the sauna, and he explained to us that throughout the years he has been playing with many injuries, but especially in this tournament, he has been suffering some lower back injuries and some knee injuries. So definitely he's under a bit of pressure where injuries are concerned.
I actually, in speaking to him as well, he shared that he's feeling a lot better when compared to how he was against Venom a couple of days ago. He was under the care of his doctor, and he took some medication, and he believes that tonight he's ready to take on his opponent. And let's see if he's correct in his assessment. But of recent, the last day or two, he seemed to be more in the main and getting more ready for this event tonight. So let's see how that one goes.
Definitely, you can see on the replay there, just the third official, or I would call it the third umpire, if you go to cricket in terms, takes a look at, see if that ball is in or not. The decision comes up on the screen, which is good to see. Technology in use, gentlemen.
Yes, and we need it for some time ago, and it's good to see that the guys are here tonight on the big stage, putting that technology to the test and helping to ease some of the stress that comes along with officiating.
And remember, in this particular set, it can very well be 5 games, so everyone is trying to definitely get the points that they deserve. 8 serving to 13, a nice 5-point lead for Dario. I'm sure he's trying to keep this lead, John, especially against the like of Michael Jackson. Nice angles. Oh, the racket is out of his hand, and then a soft, beautiful shot. The crowd here certainly appreciates that one.
Yes, but the beauty of that as well, his ability to recognize that there was no need to put anything extra in that shot. Julian White realized that his opponent was without his racket at the time and just eased the ball on the court. I mean, in the midst of a play, sometimes we can miss those things. Rather than Julian.
Beautiful, John. He pulled Dario to the right, created that room, and he struck that ball also beautifully along the back arm of Dario Hines.
Yes, we can expect shots like that type of shot from Julian. He's crafty, and he has the ability to accelerate at any point in time in the game.
Definitely, the caliber of Julian Michael Jackson White, holding 52 titles in Barbados. He knows how to win on the big day. He knows how to pull off the necessary shots. But it's youth versus experience. Can he pull off these shots against Dario? Beautiful cross-court shot. Dario poses. It almost got back on, John.
Yes, but this is good playing here by Dario. He maintains the lead, and he has a Hampson lead right now of 5 points. And at this standard A class, 5 is a good gap.
It certainly is.
Good bounce serve center court. Seem to be going much for the forearm. Lines indicating that one went on the outside of the line. No challenge by Dario, so he feels comfortable with the call on that occasion. And he will now serve at 15 serving to 11.
15 serving to 11. Soft serve, John. But
absolutely. Sorry, correct. Thank you very much.
So 15 serving to 13, the gap is getting closer here. As Dario seems to be a bit frustrated with that particular shot, John. Perhaps he wanted to do much better than that, as we would imagine. And he knows that he cannot afford to let White get that close to him.
16 serving to 13.
16 serving to 13 now.
But he was certainly setting up for a mini break. Jackson having won the first 3 points. And well done to Dario to take that one, at least to break that rhythm. At 16 now, serving to 13.
Service change. 13-17.
We can see both players here getting warmer. The action of Jackson showing his years of experience. He sent that ball backcourt, creating some difficulty there for Dario. And Dario somehow being able to match his play, sending back the ball backcourt as well. Some nice exchanges now from both players.
Yeah, this is good playing here by Dario. They said a bit earlier, he's known for that back arm, and he was able to stay the course on that occasion. Even though White was striking the ball to the back arm with great force, Dario was up to the task. That's for a nice 13-7.
Two talented players being able to keep this ball on a 21 by 10 court with lots of skill and technique. Oh, the attack and the pose.
Oh, valid effort there by Dario Hines. It was a very good rally there by both players. And Julian White getting the better on that occasion. We're looking at a playoff here. Are we really looking at a playoff? This looks like finals material.
Well, in the bragging rights section of the game, we know that this is the finals. We know how Dario is. We know how White is. They both like to win. So even though this is the third and fourth playoff, between them, it's like a finals. So we are expecting that same level of intensity from both players here tonight.
Well, Dario still maintains a lead, a comfortable lead, a 3-point lead under the circumstances. What's most important here is if he can maintain that and get over the line here and get that magic number of 21 to start game one in his favor.
Gentlemen, I know a lot of viewers at home were wondering, they see Michael Jackson wearing the long sweatpants and wonder how is he able to maneuver across the court so nicely. He's been doing it for years.
Yeah, somehow he prefers a long pants, and his agility is in no way hindered by wearing a long pants. He is just very agile, very fit for his age, and over the years he has been mastering that style of dress for a long time.
I think it's his signature wear. Because he's just about the only one of the very few road tennis players who maintain that track.
So 19 serving to 16. The game is close. We know that White complained a few nights ago for his sinuses due to the AC playing indoors, but he seems to be doing pretty okay so far in this first game.
19 serving to 17.
In road tennis, is said that 1916 score can be tricky.
Yes.
And it's important here that Dario closes this game and not allow White to serve again. That's good playing there by Dario. At 2016, he will now serve to take the first game. And it's important he closes. He's playing an opponent who can quite easily push this into a juice game.
Yeah, so it's actually 20 serving to 17. And that's a nice drag from White, 20 serving to 18. This game is not totally completed as yet.
No, it is not.
John,
it is not.
and you cannot rule out Julian Jackson.
We can never rule him out. 2018 is important. Dario comes up with something special, and he does it. Well done there by Dario Hines, serving White to the forearm, and he takes the first game at 21-18. I'm quite sure that that will certainly do a lot for his confidence as he move into the second game of this 3 best in 5 playoff between Julian White and Dario Hines.
Well, we've been talking a lot, gentlemen, as well about the court. Just to interject a little bit, talk to us about the surface here at the Barbados Road Gymnasium for those viewers who are now seeing this for the first time, the material being used, and how the guys have been able to adapt.
Well, good question. Usually the game of road tennis is played on an asphalt court or it's played on a tar court drawn in the road. But tonight, for this indoor action, we have concrete wood, and that's a special wood here in Barbados. So the court is actually drawn on concrete wood. So it's a very tough wood, and the court is playing very, very through. The players are saying that the ball is moving perhaps at the same pace or even a better pace as the asphalt court.
The good thing about the surface as well, the players had the opportunity to get in some practice on the surface, and over the last couple of days, the feedback from most, if not all, have been no real complaints.
And we know this was trialed before in 2016.
Yes, it was.
Second game. Serve it up.
So as we move into game number 2, with Dario Hines serving.
Serving to 1.
Score now Love serving to 1.
Love serving to 1. Beautiful game of road tennis, first created in 1935. So we are at 87 years of this game of road tennis. And the man facing the camera, Julian Michael Jackson White. He has won the most titles over the 87 years of this game being played. He has won 52 titles.
And I'm quite sure that players of the past, like the Lance Binos, will be watching tonight. The Dayton Power Roach He will be watching as well. We had players like Anton, little man Daniel, who will certainly be etched in the mind of players of the current era. But when we take you back of top players, you have to keep names like the Clint Richardson in mind as well.
So 3-2 in this second game, which may be a 5-game setter here tonight.
Seems that the players enjoy a certain end of the court, gentlemen.
It would appear that way.
We had that observation from the ladies the first match, and it seemed to be consistent thus far.
Jackson certainly looks as if he's moving much better than the semi-final. Well, the earlier showdown to get into the semi-finals, and he's gone back to tried and trusted footwork and looks very sharp right now. And Hines is moving equally as well. These two, I'm sure, are going to give us a nice warm-up for what is to come.
Definitely, Damien. And remember, too, that Jackson gets really warm in his second game. Usually his first games are usually kind of lackluster, but he picks it up in the second game. And as we can see here, some nice exchanges from both players. Jackson now beginning to stamp some authority in this game. Yeah, 4-5.
Yeah, Julian is known for as a slow starter. And it's amazing that he's won a number of shotguns in Barbados. And you have a number of those titles and shotguns is just a one-game event. But yet, for some reason, in 2 best-in-3s, 3 best-in-5s, he appears to be a slow starter.
Yes, very good observation as well.
But he's definitely, we're seeing a Julian White, the White that we probably would have seen against Venom. But tonight he really looks the part. He's moving really well on the court. And I'm quite sure that he's going to push Dario Hines here tonight for this $10,000.
Certainly. So it's 5-5. Nice short ball. Ball still in play. Powerful shot from Julian White. Now 5-6. That's a penalty, John.
It is, and a score line that is expected for these A-class players at 5-6, a 1 point, 2 point. But when you get those gaps opening between 4 and 5 points, it's really not expected of this A-class. But here we have a fighting Dario, and even scoring on 6-all. And I believe as the evening goes on and we continue to watch these two on court, what we're going to see is a lot closer game all the way through, because we have a warm Julian White now, and Dario will be trying to push as best as he can.
Yes, and the fans of Julian White is saying that he still has some more years in road tennis, but some folks have been questioning at 54, can he keep up with the speed and agility of someone like Dario, who is 20 years his junior?
And when we talk about speed, we must keep in mind the Shakeem nurse of the, we see Mark Griffith at his age, not that 50 yet, but he's moving really well still on the court. He trains a whole lot. He's very fit indeed. So yeah, there will be some level of questions around Julian White in that kind of company.
Ball is out. Ball is out.
He's still here, and he's still putting on a good show here tonight. And I'm quite sure that he's come here with a plan, and he's going to try to take that 10,000 third place here this evening.
So 6-7. The particular point was awarded to Dario. 6-7. Nice center court serve. And somehow Dario was not expecting that cheeky return from White.
Followed by a very crafty, well-placed backhand as well. It was a great angle on that return shot there by White, and Dario had no answer at all.
Yes, and the beauty of White's game is his ability to control both his form and backarm. He can be very crafty and powerful from the backarm, and the form the same thing. So sometimes you see a player with a particular strength, you may say that he's an attacking player from the form, but with Jackson, he's a very balanced player. He can play both attack, he can defend, and he can play powerfully from the form and the same from the back arm, which makes him a very deadly player.
That was a good form serve, good work here by Dario Hines. And we're into yet another rally, maybe lengthy, good defensive tennis.
These are some exciting
lovely
exchanges,
tennis
John.
here this evening. And this player off between Dario Hines and Julian White. Very good defensive tennis. Dario Hines giving it his all each and every time. This is the Dario Hines that we saw at Silver Hill just a couple of days ago when he was in that element of his game.
Yeah, sketching lots of form here in this second game. Both players, actually. Oh, the crowd is showing their appreciation by some loud noises.
And I'm sure that Dario is still smarting from the semi-final defeat there, gentlemen. Don't forget, that was painful to see the way that he exited in terms of the semis. So he's got a lot to prove here.
Definitely, and if you know Dario well, you realize that he's somehow not showboating tonight. He tried it in the semi-finals and he was somewhat embarrassed by a 3 straight from Shakeem. So he's being a bit more conservative in terms of his personality.
Just to let you know that the technology has been working quite well this evening. Kudos to the technical crew for making sure that this is all possible. We've got instant replays, and the cheer officials and so have been able to go to the big screen and make these decisions. So kudos to the way the sport has been developing.
Definitely, Damien.
This is good. This is good. Very good rally. Very good tennis here this evening.
And
Julian White
puts him on the ground with that particular shot. Powerful shot to the form.
And White is ascending. He's in that position, showing his dominance here. He's done one game, but game number 2, we're seeing Julian White. Good attacking shots, good power, good control, and he's definitely looking to take this second one.
Certainly.
Service change, 8-12.
We were talking about the ends, and White happens to be at the end that we keep looking at all evening.
You can call it the golden end.
The golden
end. Damien calls it the golden end. I like that.
White is on the golden end. He has a comfortable 4-point lead here now, as Dario Hines makes his way back to the center court. He'll be serving at a score of 8-12.
Yes, and sometimes the game gets very technical in the sense that the reason why a player may favor, as Damien said, the golden end is because the ball may be moving a bit faster or maybe moving a bit slower that would benefit that particular player. So he may prefer that end. We'll see. Still a few more games to go.
8 serving to 13 as this lead builds. And we're talking about some of the greats of the game. The likes of, you remember the mighty Gabby being a road tennis player, having a championship under his belt.
Yes, Griffith.
Keith Griffith. Good evening to these stalwarts and these guys of the game. And in recent times, we saw Anderson Black Dog Richards.
10 serving to 13.
So 10 serving to 13. Dario is only trailing now by 3 points. He's serving, and perhaps he's trying to gather as many points as possible to be as closer to White as possible.
But he's serving, and it's important he takes advantage of his serve. Oh, what a lovely return there. What a beautiful shot by Dario Hines. Counter attack. That one was struck with great power from Julian White, White to the forearm, and Dario Hines was equal to the task and brought something even more superior.
Yes,
John, playing here by
this
Dario
is some
Hines.
riveting tennis.
11 serving out to 13.
That ball service change, 13-12.
Oh, well done there by Dario Hines, closing that gap. 13-12, we're talking about 1 point difference. And well done, it's important, and it's really good to see how he used his serve on that occasion to close that gap. And it just goes to show you, Kelvin, how important a serve is when you're playing at this level.
Yes, definitely. And in the moment of break, Dario walked over to his coach, Aaron Barker, to get some advice. No doubt Aaron is telling him to keep the consistency where the gathering of points is concerned. So 14-7-12.
That's a good double shot there by Julian White. He caught him going in the other direction. But I must say, Dario is moving really, really well. The type of tennis he's playing tonight, I can't help saying it takes me back to Silver Hill, where we saw a Dario that night as if he could make no errors whatsoever. And tonight he looks that part, but he's playing against a very experienced player in Julian White, and who will certainly not give up. He has to earn this one tonight.
Yes, John, and you alluded to the game in Silver Hill. He was playing Dwayne Lynch on that particular occasion, but now he's playing Julian Michael Jackson White, a different caliber of player, both good players, but Julian obviously being the grandfather or the legend of road tennis, so he has to play extremely good tennis here to maintain that form to win this third position amongst the men.
15-13 score, just a 2-point difference.
And somehow White is unable to keep a greater lead than 2 points.
Oh, that's a
wonderful shift.
Lovely shot there by Dario Hines. Julian White going to his form, looking for that ball, but he smashed that one with great force through the back arm. This is good stuff here by Dario Hines.
TV camera, A back line.
So right now,
official, we're having a check on that particular point. As we wait the official
Christopher Griffith here. I'm just looking at what Chris is looking at on the screen.
Ball is in.
And the ball is in, definitely. This is great.
Ball is in.
ball is in, which means that the gap has been somehow a bit closer now. So it's now 14 serving to 15, 15-14 rather, with Jackson having the serve. I'm sure that Jackson would prefer the next serve to be 14-16, where he has a 2-point lead.
Yes, but Dario, as anticipated, these A-class players, a 1 and 2-point make such a big difference. And Dario is doing well to keep and stay very close. Oh, deceived by the pace of that ball on that occasion. That one came not the kind of speed he would probably be expecting, and the bounce as well.
Yes, and remember that White is not only an experienced player, but he can be a very deceptive player when he's ready. He thrusts that ball backcourt, sending Dario far away from the court, and then a very nice, soft shot just over the net. So 15 serving to 16 is getting close, John.
Yes, it is. The pressure builds, and that ball not long ago, the penalty, one for the taking. I'm not sure that White would feel comfortable having missed that particular one. But here, Dario's on the attack. Beautiful playing tennis here by Dario Hines. On the attack, and he's attacking well. Struck that one with great force, center of the court, and White had no replay.
And John, could you imagine what is going through the mind of Dario? Perhaps he's saying, I would prefer to win this game 3 straight.
If he can, what a lovely shot.
And I'm telling you, John, as
shot.
long as Dario's hands begin to warm up, he is going to do a bit of showboating. That's his style, and it encourages him, it gives him momentum. He now has taken the lead, 17 serving to 16.
What a time to do so as well, 17-16.
So this golden side of the court that Damon alluded to may not be that golden in this game.
Left to be seen, is not over as yet. We have an even score, I believe. Correction, 18 no will serve to 16.
Service change.
17 serving to 18 at the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium. An electrifying atmosphere up here tonight, John.
And a full house as well.
Just enough room to satisfy the COVID restrictions, but this game of road tennis is so intriguing and so exciting, so riveting. Individuals are here stuck to their chairs to see what is going to happen in this game, and certainly the beautiful games to come.
Absolutely. 17 now serving to 18.
17, serving to 19.
17-19.
And it's really interesting how Dario has turned around this game. Jackson had the lead for the majority of the game. That's a beautiful shot.
Oh, what a lovely shot.
TV Empire.
Dario Hines
Check for B battling.
refers that
B
one.
battling. B battling.
You were saying earlier these guys taking full use of those referrals, and this is a good time. I think that's a shot like that, a point at this stage, is very, 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 very important. So I think there's a good strategic move here by Dario Hines. Win or lose, it's good to see if that one
Ball is good. Ball is in.
Well,
goes
the
in his favor.
second umpire is saying that the ball is in.
Ball is good. 18-19, Dario Hines.
And Dario's face is grimacing. He expected that particular point. That particular point would be an interesting separation here
Important
at
two-point
this important
difference.
score.
18-19.
Jackson beginning to bounce, beginning to create his usual crouching tiger style of tennis. Very low to the ground.
18-20.
18 serving to 20. Second game point to Dario Ric Flair Hines.
20.
With Julian White having the serve. Nice center court serve. Pulling Dario to all different ends of the court, but Dario being a 6'1" player is certainly answering.
Effort. Oh, what a fight here by Dario Hines. Left, right, all ends of the court. But in the end, finding the 8-inch enemy. And I'm quite sure that he'll feel the pain of that one as he reflects on a chance going by the way. At 19 now was served to 20.
19 serving to 20. The local road tennis players will say that Dario is home, but he can't get inside his house.
He's home now.
He's inside now.
He's definitely inside his house tonight. Well done here to Dario. That one tipping the net, going beyond the line, and Dario takes the second game, 21-19.
Gentlemen, we know that the golden end is, the era of the golden end is over.
It looks that way.
Most
Predictions.
definitely.
So Dario Hines winning the first game and the second game. And remember, we're playing 3 best in 5 in this particular match. So one more game to Dario. He will be the winner of the $10,000 prize. But I'm sure that the player he's playing, Julian Michael Jackson White, is going to be putting up a fight to perhaps win the next 2 games and maybe the 5th.
Well, given his track record, we have seen him done it in the past. He was 2 games down against Mark Griffith with a car at stake, and he did it. And tonight, you can never rule him out.
You can never
rule him out. I think Dario needs to stay focused. If he's going to wrap this up, feeling that we might very well be looking at quite a bit of tennis here tonight. Good on the replay.
Well, gentlemen, I am with the, what I call the third umpire here tonight, Mr. Christopher Griffith. Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Now, talk to me about what we've seen so far. Are you happy that you've got the technology and able to use it as well as you have?
Yes, sir. We realized it was kind of slow earlier, but right now we are on ball. We are able to get the TV replays quickly, and because of the big flat screen that we have here, the replays are clearly seen. So there's no problem with balls, with discrepancy with balls being out or in. So the technology is definitely working for tonight.
Fantastic. Back over to you guys.
All we have, we're into the third game. Facing the camera serving, we have Julian White. And he's trailing as Dario Hines took the first 2, 21-18, 21-19.
And it's now 1 serving to 3. That particular shot there, you realize that Daria is building momentum. Daria has a 2-game cushion, and we know Daria Hines, we know his style of playing. Daria is going to probably be looking at some flamboyant shots tonight. There you go.
Yes.
There you go.
And if it's true to the golden end, this could be it. This could very well be a 3 straight here tonight, if the golden end works for him. But he's in the driver's seat at 4-7-1. This is a very good start. Let's see if he can maintain the lead.
Yes, and White asking for the janitorial services to be employed so that he can have a much safer playing area.
Yes, at 4-7-1, we can consider that a mini break on the part of Dario Hines. And he will serve now to see if he can capitalize or take even more advantage of this game and push a bit more pressure on his opponent. 4 now, serving to 1.
And Dario has played Jackson, as we said, a couple of times before. Dario knows not to let Jackson pick up any form of momentum at all. So he's going to try to serve as fast as possible and keep the pressure from his end so that Jackson doesn't gain that particular momentum that he needs to come back here. So Dario leads 2 games, and he's now leading in this particular game 5-7-1. Oh, how fantastic Jackson plays the ball from very low. Nice sense of gravity. 5-7-2 now.
Yeah, that was a good exchange by both players. In the end, Jackson getting the better of Dario Hines. Dario, rather than defend, he was actually trying to counter-attack that one as well. We saw a brilliant shot being played by him earlier in the game, and he's actually trying to repeat. The score now is 5 and will serve to 3. And this is a good fight back here, and at least closing this gap. These A-class players need to stay close to each other if they're going to get where they really want to go.
Definitely, and as we said, if White wins this game, we have a night of tennis here between these 2 players, for sure.
Five-3, good center court serve there by Dario. Attack, he hit that one. I think he's looking for a bit too much power on that occasion. Score now will be 5-4. Full house.
So it was 5-7-1, now it's 5-7-4. I'm sure that Dario is a bit disappointed in the fact that Jackson has gained all of those points. 4-7-6. Julian White with the serve.
A bit of mopping up going on once again.
Right, thank you. 4-7-6. Dead ball. Right, we just asking the legs that over the back, Mr. Donovan. Will they take over any players and officials and guests for this match? If you get the legs adjusted, please. Right, thank you. Service game, 4-6.
Okay, so play continues here. 4 will serve to 6. White losing 4 of his first serves. Let's see what he does on this occasion.
Nice exchanges from both players, 2 A-class players. Somewhat giving White a penalty. White missed that one. So first 4-7-7, a 3-point lead now to Dario.
Yeah, that was very good defensive playing there by Dario on that occasion. And on the attack, he did really well. And again, Dario was really striking the ball really well tonight. That was a good form strike there to White. The score is now 4-7-8.
Get ball. 4 serving to 9.
4 serving to 9 as the pressure builds here on Julian White. Serve to the back arm.
Oh, beautiful shot.
That's a lovely inside out shot there by White.
5 serving to 9, but is it enough though, John, to perhaps get White back into this game?
The way that Dario is playing at this point, I think it may not be enough. He needs to really bring something really special if he's going to push this into a game 3, 4, or 5. Dario is really moving well. He's striking the ball well, and I think he's in a really good position to push this to 3 straight.
He definitely is.
Thank you. 5 serving to 9.
5-9.
So as we mentioned before, Jackson is moving much faster than before. He's employing all of his beautiful and crafty shots, but somehow he's not being able to penetrate that 6'1" wall called Dario Hines.
Apparently not, and Dario continues to apply the pressure here. He's not backing off, and this is good playing here by Dario Hines. The 10-5 lead is a comfortable 5-point lead on any opponent in any form of this game. Well done.
Now that's interesting. It's a short ball by Dario. White played the ball correctly, but if he had stepped on the court of Dario, that point would have been awarded to Dario. It would have been an infringement, John.
That's correct. Spot early by the official, but the chair umpire, the score is now 10 serving to 6.
11 serving to 6.
So 11 serving to 6, a nice 5-point cushion by Dario, and I'm sure that Dario's serving now will obviously utilize his serves and perhaps continue with this lead.
That must be going through his mind. He's playing well enough. He's created opportunity here. Will he just capitalize and close here this evening?
TV Empire, TV Empire. C long lane in B court. C long lane.
So we're getting some technology on the C long lane.
Technology in fully fed here at the Garfield Silver's gymnasium as you're witnessing the play off of the men vying for that $10,000 third place prize money, and still to come the finals of the ladies and the men as the action continues right here.
Yes, so John, the event commenced with 124 male players and 34 female players, but tonight we are down to the final 2 women and men vying for the championship. What is the prize money, John?
10,000 US, 20,000 Barbados dollars. Oh, what a purse.
But this particular game here is being played for 10,000 Barbados dollars. This is the 3rd and 4th playoff. Somehow this particular call here seems a bit controversial, so they're going to use the extra technology provided to adjudicate this particular point.
Yeah, we play the point again.
11 serving to 6. Now we have the courtside assistant who will make sure that the place is safe for everyone. Jackson in this case.
11 serving to 6.
So 11 serving to 6, Dario Hines with the lead both in games and in points in this 3rd game. 11 serving to 7.
Still a 4-point lead. Relatively a comfortable lead under the circumstances. White will need to close before his opponent reaches the 15-point mark. If he's going to push this in to a game 3 and create some opportunity for himself, he needs to close and get close to his opponent as quickly as possible. But road tennis has really been on the move in Barbados in the last year. We saw in 2021 Road Tennis Show in Dubai at the Dubai Expo in 2020. In 2022 we had a Road Tennis Show exhibition in Canada only this year. We had a visit by the President of the Republic of Rwanda, Mr. Paul Kagame, being introduced to our indigenous sport. There's a lot happening in road tennis.
Definitely.
As we continue to look forward to the sport.
Yes, and in 2022, remember the PM pledged her commitment to help our indigenous sport of road tennis. Oh, nice chop serve there from Dario. We haven't seen that for the night. Oh, Dario seems to be on fire.
Base, B baseline, TV Empire, B baseline, B baseline.
So that particular point is going to be challenged by one of the players. So we will turn to technology to determine that particular point.
I know someday they'll have the Hawkeye technology gentlemen.
Someday.
Definitely, Damien. We're slowly getting there, but we're seeing the consistent approach to road tennis from the government. So this particular point now is called in by Tito Ellis, the chair umpire.
I can tell you in the background, gentlemen, you see Kim Hall is warming up. Just behind my position, she's skipping, she's getting her legs ready. So we've got a good ladies final up next.
Well, Damien, you have a beautiful vantage point, and we're here at courtside. So 8-7-12, only a 4-point lead now, John. Could this be dangerous?
You can never ever rule out Julian White. Never ever should he make that error. 8-7-12, he would feel that he's getting back into this game, and that one is out at this stage. 9 now will serve to 12.
And both players are remaining extremely low. They're trying to take away that high ball that they would return to the opponent, obviously because the opponent will be able to hit it or perhaps put it in a position difficult for them. So the beautiful thing about road tennis though, John, is that with this 8-inch net, you want to make sure that the ball barely goes over the net to create as much difficulty for your opponent.
Yes, that's the ideal approach. You'll definitely see at the A-class level. These guys practice day in and day out, and over the years, they realize the benefit of keeping that ball just skimming that 8-inch enemy.
Yes. So 9-7-12. Darius bunks in, weave in. White is looking for that opening. Will he find it? And a very interesting strategy employed by White. He is wearing down his opponent.
Yes, he is. And a good move. He's keeping the ball, as we all advise persons, keep the ball in the blue. And you're seeing an approach here by White where he's employing that tactic. He's keeping the ball on the court and allowing his opponent to play. And he's paying dividends here for White. He's been able to close that gap. Well done to him.
Yes, and the crowd here is cheering. It's now 11-7-12. So that big lead that Dario had is now only a 1-point lead.
There's some very clever playing by White. The reason why you can never rule him out.
Certainly not. Not a man with 52 titles in road tennis, John. So 11-7-13. Unforced error by White. Perhaps he wanted to play that ball deeper into Dario's forearm, but it hit the net and went on the outside of the court.
11-13, this is going to be a very important point. Will Jackson be able to get a 12-13, 13-12 change of serve? A 14-11 really wouldn't be a good one from his end. Dario, lovely. Dario Hines on the attack. Lovely double turn there by Dario Hines. And I'm quite sure he'd be happy with a 14-11 changeover.
Definitely, as White was regaining his center ground, Dario saw the opening and he took it quite beautifully. So 14-7-11. Dario is certainly happy with this 3-point lead. Nice soft serve, gaining some dividends, John.
Yes, very good tactical move by Dario Hines. He took the weight off and he angled the ball really well. And kudos to that smart serve. It really was a good serve. And again, the efforts and the use of your serve. And Dario is stepping up here this evening. 2 different types of serves and paying dividends on both occasions.
And yes, we must commend Dario's playing style. We must comment on it, rather. Dario has matured over the years in terms of his variety being the spice of life. We were seeing different serves from him. So he's not the type of road tennis player to stick to one serve. Nice shot.
Oh, what a lovely
short shot. What do we call that in road tennis, John?
That's an injection. Welcome to Barbados. Welcome to road tennis, the indigenous sport of Barbados. And we call that an injection.
Definitely. So sweet, so soft. Just behind the 8-inch net. This game is beginning to warm up a lot. But it may very well soon be closed. 17 serving to 12.
It's important that Dario remains in that place where he's not thinking in his mind it's over. He needs to see it all the way through. And on that occasion, I think it was a bit rushed on that last shot. And I'm sure that he wouldn't want to repeat that approach.
Yes, definitely. So Dario winning the first game 21-18, the second game 21-19, and now he's leading by 5 points, 17-12 in this third game. And if he wins this game, this will be the third and final game of this third and fourth place playoff.
Well, Dario is in the driver's seat at a score of 12 now, serving to 18. He's 3 points away from clinching this third place victory here in the Barbados Open 2022.
13 serving to 18.
13-18. Still can't call it.
Not as yet.
13-18. Jackson bouncer center court.
Dario does well to combat that particular serve. They're usually difficult. Jackson covering the court quite well. That one looks out. Yes, it is. So 13 serving to 19.
And this is good playing by Dario. He's moving the ball around the court on both ends. On that occasion, it paid dividends for him again. And center court playing.
Dario is just 2 points away from $10,000.
14 serving to 19.
14 serving to 19.
It's not over until it's over. 14 serving to 19. I'm sure that Dario would not want to serve. If he can close at this stage, he would aim for it. At least he should aim for it. Still to the backhand. Oh, and he was able to force and bring that unforced error. And Dario Hines now in the very seat, 1 point away from winning this playoff to take the third place.
And $10,000.
$10,000.
Well, he has to wait just maybe a point or two longer. You never know.
Well, it's worth the wait if you're going to be serving at 20, serving to 15. You would certainly want to believe that it's over here, and he should be confident enough and comfortable enough to close.
So the power is in the hand of Dario.
The power is in his hand. His power is in his hand. He's serving now for the title. He's serving for the championship of the third place, that is. Good exchange, and he gets it. Well done here by Dario Hines. And he is elated. He raises his hand, embraces his opponent. Well done to Dario Hines, taking the playoff third place here and the prize of $10,000. Well done, Dario Hines.
Excellent tennis from both players. Dario, no doubt, giving White a hug at the end of the game and showing appreciation. They've trained together. White has given him many tips over the years, and now he's at that point where he can defeat him here tonight. And that is the whole beauty of road tennis, John. We want that the younger players gain sufficient confidence in themselves, learn the art that the older players have, so that they themselves can come up through the ranks and gain some victories.
Yes, I agree, and Dario is a perfect example of that. Over the years, we know him as a junior champion. Not only was he a junior champion, he won the B-class championship in island-wide. And to be here tonight, taking that third place, well done to Dario Hines.
Excellent. And John, we have some A very enthralling, exciting, riveting tennis coming up. We have the first of the finals.
Yes, the ladies finals coming our way as the ladies get ready to take the stage. Kim Holder will be up against Walrond, and that is promising to be a crackerjacker.
It certainly is. So we'll take a short break.
I know that you went up against a stiff challenge in the semi-finals and you lost there. But what did you learn from that encounter against Shakeem Nurse?
Well, firstly, congratulations again to Shakeem Nurse. He's a very, very good player. I did a lot of things wrong that night, but I came here tonight, learned from my mistakes from Tuesday, and put it into action.
$10,000 in your pocket?
Yeah, man.
Feeling good. Congratulations to Dario Hines. There you have it, Dario Hines.
So we continue with the Barbados Road Tennis Open Tournament in 2022. We got a special treat. Under the umbrella, of course, of the Ministry of Youth, Sport, Community Empowerment. He is the winner of Page to the World, Season 2. I'm here to share some music right tonight. Let's welcome this song. Tariq!
Yes, so we're back here. And
you're going to give him more of a welcome that
up next, one of the matches that you've been waiting for, the highly anticipated match between Sheldene Walrond and Kim Holder. Who will it be? Well, first we're going to get some entertainment.
Girl, you are my devotion, and I feel in the notion.
So on the court now, that has been transformed into a mini stage, is young Tariq O'Neal Griffith, and he's performing his song Anytime.
Baby, do you want to fix it back? Call on me anytime, anytime, anytime. Call me anytime, I'll always have your back. Call on me anytime, anytime, any time of day to say you love me. If you're feeling stressed, even when I'm vexed. If you're in a jam, whining in the band. If you with your man, call on me anytime, anytime, anytime. Love a girl, you pull up on the set and every neck wreck. Fine to wine, the way you wine it just blow my mind and you don't even break a sweat. Girl, when you call up on a regular, blow up my cellular. You got the G asking what I doing with my data, that it flowing non-stop. Whatever you need, baby girl, you can call on me. And your voice, the song so lovely. Call on me anytime, anytime, any. Cause if you didn't ever feel love try, you can just call me. And I will be the one to fix it back. Call on me anytime, anytime, anytime. Call me anytime, I'll always have your back. Call on me anytime, anytime, any time of day to say you love me. If you're feeling stressed, even when I'm bad. If you're in a jam, whining in the band. If you with your man, call on me anytime, anytime, anytime. Oh, call on me anytime, anytime, anytime. If you're in a mess, call on me anytime, anytime, anytime. Call me anytime, call me anytime. Call on me anytime, anytime, anytime. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, thank you. As you heard for yourself, one of the sweetest jams for Crop Over 2022 as well, recently concluding on one of the prizes with
So that is young Tariq Griffith.
We look forward to season 3.
Very nice performance by him. The Crop Over fever is somehow still in the air. It's not completely over yet, Crop Over.
No, but it's really good to see that we're still appreciating the music. Having been locked down for the last 2 years, it's really good that once again the music is here. People are they're appreciating the music.
And of course,
and
we are ready for the finals.
Good performance there by Tariq Griffith. Big action. We've gone past Kelvin. We are past the playoffs. We're moving now to the grand finals. I mean, this is when it really counts.
This is when it really counts, John. The two somewhat stakeholders of female road tennis in Barbados, Kim Holder and Sheldene Walrond. They're vying for that big prize, John.
Yes, $20,000 at stake. And then we have the ever so experienced Mark Venom Griffith as he comes up against
the Wonder Boy.
17-year-old
Shakeem.
Nurse. I'm looking forward to see if he's going to come up with his 16-year-old coach in a Deontay Chapman. That may be a surprise for the crowd if he brings him tonight.
Well, he brought him on the semifinals and
he pulled it off.
He was victorious, so you never know. That may be a part of his whole playing regime and training regime.
And you really shouldn't change a winning combination. If something is working, let it work for you.
So again, to you folks at home, we're here at the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium, Wildy St. Michael, Barbados. We know we have some viewers as far as Dubai, some in Africa, and of course the diaspora across the world enjoying their indigenous sport of road tennis. We started out with 124 male players and 34 female players, and now we're down to the final 2 women and men vying for the championship. The playoffs have already gone with Daria Hines just defeating Julian Michael Jackson White 3-0, and prior to that we had Maudlin Blunt, who was defeated by Rachel Smith.
Rachel Smith. But now we're getting ready for the grand finals between Sheldene Warren and Kim Holder.
Tell us a bit about Kim, John.
Kim Holder is an experienced player. She's been around for a very long time. She has quite a few championships. And Kim, last time she played Sheldene, they would have met in the Silver Hill competition in 2019. And on that occasion, Kim was the winner. Kim started playing road tennis at the age of 9. Around 9-10 in Superlative in St. George. She has won a total of some 34 championships over the years. She won her first major championship in 2004, and her most memorable tournament was being crowned champion of the World Road Tennis Championship in 2016. Kim was a finalist in the Monarch on the courts in 2017, and as I said a bit earlier, she defeated Sheldene in the Silver Hill Championship in 2019.
Well, and then when we look at the profile of Sheldene started to play road tennis in the year 2011 in Haynesville, St. James. Over the years, she has won a number of championships. Clash of the Titans in 2015 and 2017, Carrollton and A1 tournament. She also won the Touch of Class championships. She was also the winner of the Monarchs of the Court in 2017 when the first prize was a car, and she was the finalist in the Silver Hill Championship in 2018. Sheldene, as we mentioned before, has played Kim on many occasions and has a slight lead over Kim. She played Kim in the Monarchs of the Court 2017 when she defeated Kim, and won a car. But now the music is playing and the players are about to come on the court. So we just want to make sure that the cameras are in position for this exciting match between the two leading female road tennis players in Barbados.
Yes, as we get ready for more action. And following the ladies, we will have the men finals, where we will see Venom Griffith up against Shakeem Nurse, recently dubbed the Wonder Boy.
Very nice crowd here on hand at the Wildy Gymnasium. Come to witness some exciting tennis amongst the players, some captivating tennis here tonight. And of course, we have the viewers at home who are taking it in online and of course on CBC Channel 8.
All the music being played, a lovely crowd on hand. For the semi-finals, we had just over around 2,000 persons at the semi-finals. I'm quite sure that we are well past 2,000 here for this finals. As Sheldene Warren makes her way to the center court.
Yes, so Sheldene makes her way to the court, followed by her coach, Eddie Bess, and we are now awaiting the entrance of Kim Holder.
And let's also welcome Kim Holder.
Oh, what a warm welcome there for both ladies.
And echo of your Sober Sports Complex, and those of the streaming as well live on CBC TV 8, these ladies are definitely ready to rumble.
So we've just witnessed the spinning of the toss. It appears as though Kim has won it. And she is choosing the side. Interestingly, she's
gone to the
golden side.
She made a choice to the golden side already. Interesting.
So Sheldene then would have the serve. So the winner of the toss can choose whether they will take the serve or the side.
Correct.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're into the finals for the women. The two best of 3.
This particular finals will be 2 best of 3 amongst the
Just
females.
before we start,
So intensity from the start, John.
Just given a few minutes to warm up.
So in the round of 16, Sheldene defeated Abigail Haynes 17-21, 21-18, 21-23. In the quarterfinals, she defeated Maria Kamabach 21-7, 21-10. And then she defeated Maudlin Blunt 21-12, 17-21, and 21-10 in the semifinals to reach this finals to play a Kim Holder.
Well,
so Sheldene Waldron going to her coach, 80 Best.
when the semifinals, we saw Kim Holder put on a pretty good performance against her opponent in Rachel Smith. She played really in the latter part of the game, she picked her game up. Let's see if tonight she can bring that game and get where she needs to go tonight.
Yeah, so Love. One servant to Love. Sorry. Two servant to Love. Deep form serve. Gaining Sheldene 2 points consecutively.
Well, that's a good start there by Kim. She took the weight off of that one. Good backhand backspin.
3 serving to 1. Sheldene utilizing her serves quite nicely.
Oh, what a lovely shot by Sheldene, signaling her intentions from right early here at 4-0, a 4-1 change of serve. 1-4. Again. Another drop shot by Kim Holder. Doing well, 2-7-4.
And John, we can tell from that particular shot, Kim is about to unleash her shots. She didn't do much of that against Rachel, and perhaps she didn't need it. Her coach gave me a call today, and he said, you know, you were absolutely right in your commentary. Kim did not play all of her shots, but tonight, expect those shots.
Yeah, tonight is the night for her to pull all the stops. So far, she won 3 points, and all 3 points were actually drop shots. Her 3 points, she took the weight off, and maybe that may be a strategy or a thought process at this stage that she needs to employ a bit more of that. It's worked for her so far. Let's just see the build. We were talking about players who certainly would be a bit on the nervous side. They're not getting into the game as they were really would like. And the more that happens, the better we will be.
Yes, and definitely both players are still a bit cool, as you would imagine. Their bodies need to warm up, but this is a finals, so they need to warm up as soon as possible. It's a 2 best of 3, so they need to make sure that they get their rhythm as early as possible to give the best possible fight.
Yes, I do agree.
Good.
We might find that on the 3 points won by Kim, they were all, like I said, drop shots. Maybe Sheldene is not quite ready as yet. But on the other hand, we also saw Sheldene with a very explosive form. So I think we're going to get a mixed bag of players from both these ladies tonight.
Yes, and the other interesting thing about this, John, is that both players can attack and they can defend. Both of them have a lot of shots, repertoire of shots, and we are going to see those shots being unleashed, even if not in the first game when they're a bit cold, definitely in the second game.
Yeah, Sheldene working a short serve, it worked for that occasion, and again she continues to a light serve, bounce to the form, this time committing the cardinal sin in road tennis, serving that ball out. The score now is 8-7-5.
And some of you may wonder why she's serving to Kim's forearm, Kim being an attacker. But the truth is, a serve is different from a volley, and therefore serving to someone's forearm, even though they are an attacker, you will still gather a lot of points from a particular serve. Nice backarm serve though.
That's right, back to the backarm again. This is good playing here by Sheldene. She's seeing something special, something happening on that backarm end of the court, and she's going there. She repeatedly struck that ball to Kim's backarm, and on the return you find out Kim's ball is lifting quite a bit and it's giving her an easy shot to put away.
Yes, and over the years, Kim and Sheldene have played so many times, and they both know each other well. They both respect each other well. At one point of time, and I still believe they're very good friends. But tonight is a clear separation.
6-0 serving to 10 is important that Kim does something with her serve to close this gap. That would be 6 serving to 11. If she's going to close this gap, she needs to be very strategic and smart in her play. On that occasion, she was a bit rushed. The ball was there, but I think she was trying to hit the ball with a bit too much force.
Yes, so we know that Sheldene can be a very patient player, and sometimes tennis takes a lot of patience as opposed to rushing the shot. And Kim probably now needs to buckle down. I'm sure when she goes back in her coach's corner, Frankie and Ken Belgrave will tell her, you need to settle down and just keep the ball on the court. So 8 serving to 11, just a 3-point lead that Sheldene has right now. Nice soft serve from Kim. And an attacking shot.
Lovely shot there by Kim.
And it's shots like these that the crowd came to see, John.
I agree, and it's struck with great power and center of the court. Clever playing, good short play, and to top it all off, she's done well to turn this into a 2-point game.
Yes.
So Sheldene Warren was served not 11, serving to 9.
And Kim, being the smart player that she is, she knows that she cannot allow Sheldene to pull away too much with the lead.
11 serving to 9.
So 11 serving to 9, 2-point lead by Sheldene Waldron. She somehow forced that one away from the back line, so it's 11-10.
Yeah, ball, she could have really done better with the ball, but I believe that she's looking at the pace. She's trying to hit it with great force and missed on that occasion.
Yes, an unforced error. Kim utilizing
what a lovely looking shot.
That's a lovely looking shot.
Lovely looking shot,
You're
I must say.
absolutely correct, because Sheldene is appealing that particular point.
Yes, she is.
And we will now go over to the review system
to make that decision. If it goes in the favor of Kim, the score will be 11 all.
Very impressive looking shot, John. But is it on?
That does have to be seen with the officials and the technology here this evening. I'm sure that we are going to get a decision shortly.
And we're really expecting some dramatic tennis between these two players, especially for bragging rights, especially for the $20,000 prize. And now that particular ball has been adjudged as being in.
Yes, what a lovely short play there by Kim on that occasion. So we have an even game of 11 serving now to 11. Then clever serve there by Sheldene White to the forearm.
12 serving 11.
Again, Sheldene thinking, repeated serve, bounce serve to the forearm. 13 now will serve to 11.
And so far we've counted at least 6 serves to Kim's forearm that have gained dividends to Sheldene, and now there's a switch in serves.
Well, we talk about Sheldene's game as it relates to striking the ball with great power. It's good to see that tonight Sheldene is coming with another game plan. $20,000 is at stake, and you will see that she's using her serve brilliantly here. Let's see if she keeps it up.
Nice short ball.
Again.
Beautiful short ball, John.
Yes, good weight off by Kim Holder. That shot in particular is working for her. And let's see if she uses it a bit more. It was attack after attack.
That would have been, John, a beautiful shot. 2 long balls and then one Short ball just behind the net.
Yes, in her attempt to take the weight off, it failed on that occasion.
But she had good intentions. 2 long balls and a short one.
But you must give credit to Sheldene as well. Very good defensive playing by Sheldene. Those balls were struck with great force.
Both players playing equally well, and some good, enjoyable tennis here tonight.
The score now 13 serving to 15. Bump serve wide to the form.
Very wide to the form. Sheldene is not happy with that particular call.
No, she's not.
Appealing, so now she has appealed twice. She lost the first one, which means that she only has 2 more left.
She should lose this one. She's down to just 1 more appeal. But it was a good serve on Kim's part. Good power, bounce wide to the form. And I believe she caught her opponent napping to some degree.
Decision has been made. Ball is good. Ball is good.
Tito Ellis, the second umpire, based on the technology, he said that the ball is in.
$13 now, serving to 15. We have a half-point situation there, Calvin.
Squash point, yes. 13 serving to 16. Kim with the serve. She's trailing by 3 points. Sheldene raising her hand, indicating that she's not quite ready. Nice soft serve from Kim. Sheldene with an unforced error.
Yes, a penalty, and one that she really should not have spoiled on occasion. And that would have made a big difference to this score line. She will serve now 16 serving to 14. That could have been 17-13.
Certainly. Oh, Sheldene is going for her 3rd appeal. It can't be her final appeal, John.
It's possible. But again, a clever serve by Sheldene. She's realizing that those short serves has some degree of it's creating somewhat of a problem for Kim, and she's attempting it once again.
I'm saying here from the replay that one that Sheldene hit on the outside of the court, but they're looking at the serve now. That's the one that they want adjudicated by the technology.
I want to see the serve.
So they're looking at the serve.
In the background of Sheldene here, you can see Mark Venom Griffith standing tall, getting ready to play Shakeem.
Yes, he looks very serious, very typical.
Focused.
Yeah, he looks.
Wonder how you folks at home see this particular ball. Are you seeing it touching the line, or are you seeing it the outside of the line?
Ball.
Yes, the ball is good. That's the umpire's decision. Ball in.
So we had a half point not long ago, and again, according to the officials, this one will have again.
It's a bit of controversy here as it relates to what is considered a half point or a point that is squashed with the employment of technology.
Sheldene certainly not happy with that outcome.
Yes. Okay, so a beautiful explanation. The lines personnel called the ball out while the camera showed that the ball was in, so therefore the point will be squashed and it will be played over. As we call it in Bajan parlance, it will be half. 13 serving to 14 now. 17 serving to 14. Or rather 17 serving to 14, sorry.
And Sheldene committing that cardinal sin in road tennis. I think she's trying to put a bit too much on the serve at times. She's trying to keep it low, and it worked for her a couple of times. But the last thing you really want is to serve a ball and give your opponent an easy point.
Especially in the first game. The first game usually sets the pace and determines not just consistency but confidence in the winner. So usually most players like to win the first game.
Kim again fighting. This is good work here. Good playing by Kim Holder.
17-all.
She's pulled this to an even game at 17 apiece.
Remember, Kim has the last serve. So
And
this,
she will
this
have
game
the
may be
last serve.
interesting. That's a
Bounce serve to the form. And Sheldene not being able to resist that attack moment. And that one striking the 8-inch enemy.
yes, it was way too tempting. It was high, it was short, and knowing Sheldene, she is going to hit. But now it is 18 serving to 17. Kim with the serve. Kim with the 1-point lead. This could be dangerous.
And she needs 3. She needs 3 of her serves. Let's see how she gets this service.
3 out of 5 is reasonable.
It is. And I believe she got 1 already. 19 now will serve to 17.
Yes, and Sheldene looking very disappointed. Of course, she would be with spoiling that particular point. So it's 19 serving to 17. Short ball. Exchanged by another short ball. She's teasing and testing the backhand of Kim. And surviving the test pretty well. Short ball to a long ball, another short ball. This is lovely tennis. This is our indigenous sport. This is what we came here to see. Beautiful tennis.
And the crowd appreciating the efforts of both these ladies. Well played there by Sheldene Warren. The score now will be 19-18, and this one is going all the way down to the wire. But great. I mean, $20,000 at stake here, and we're seeing a fight like no other.
Definitely, it's astonishing. It's nail-biting. This particular game, very, very close.
It is. 19 now will serve to 18 as Kim juggles the ball a bit. Bounce serve wide to the form.
Kim very confident in her backhand. She can play even from a center court. So this first game point to Kim at 20 serving to 18.
The first game is on the racket of Kim Holder. She's serving at 20-18. Will she wrap it up? Serve, bounce serve to the back arm. And she tricks on that play.
We're hoping that she's
okay. Let's hope that she's okay. She's spending some length of time on the court.
She's up again.
She seems to be in trouble.
Gingerly on that right foot.
She seems to be in trouble.
She's walking very gingerly on that right foot, and we hope that she's okay.
What a
very
point.
Concerned crowd here.
And the quality of these players.
Imagine somehow the cheer umpires calling the players to court. One if Kim would perhaps suggest to him that she needs a bit more time. 10 seconds.
She seems
have
to be
elapsed, so she needs to come to the court.
Bounce serve.
Kim is bouncing quite well.
Oh, what a drop shot! That is that's an injection.
Now that's an injection. Now,
that's a local injection
on the ground
to bring closer to that game.
In the ear, winning the game.
What a way.
Beautiful, beautiful tennis.
We saw in the beginning of the game, she used those drop shots, and they give her some really good results at the beginning of this game. And of all the shots, it would be a drop shot that gets her over the line here to take the very first game against Sheldene Warren.
Yes, but this second game should be interesting, John. Fitness being a very important component of road tennis, and with Kim limping on that right foot, well, will she be fit enough to perhaps win this second game?
Yes, fitness is very important. Injury is a different approach. Let's hope that it's nothing too serious as she takes some medical time, it appears. And let's hope the best. It would be really good to see this game come to completion and not one of that sort.
Yes, she's been playing from the age of 9 or 10 in superlative in St. George. She has won many titles, and we hope that she's okay after that fall. She last placed Sheldene though in the Silver Hill tournament. It was, John?
Yes, Silver Hill in 2019. She was the champion that night. But these ladies go way back. We recall Sheldene Warren taking the grand prize of a car in 2017. And they have met several times throughout the years. Let's hope that Kim can continue this finals here this evening. But coming up after the ladies, we have an explosion. We're going to have some fireworks, possibly. And we have the young and talented Shakeem Nurse, dubbed the Wonder Boy. He's coming up against the very experienced Mark Venom Griffith.
Well, after seeking some medical attention, Kim Holder seems to be walking much better. So it looks like game number 2 soon on the way. And Kim after taking that fall, she came back and she fought like a true champion to at least in that particular game. Let's see if it will have an effect on her in this second game here tonight.
Yes, as we go into the game 2, it's rather unfortunate that she experienced the fall. Nonetheless, you're right, she fought like a champion would, and she was able to pull it off with a classical drop shot. So we're moving into the second game at Love Serving Love.
So we remember that Sheldene had the first serve in the first game, so now it's Kim's turn. Kim just forcing that one to the outer end of the court, so it's Love serving to 1.
Up north, Kim started on the golden end and fought all the way through. We have Sheldene now on the golden end. Can she push this into game 3?
Well, that would be interesting, and perhaps our theory of speculation may be true, that there is a golden end. Nice powerful serve from Kim, John. And the beauty of Kim's tennis too is that Kim can serve a very powerful serve, and then she can slam the ball after that. So she can set up exactly how she wants to hit the ball.
Yes, well tonight she's really putting everything in here. She's playing the backhand really well. When the opportunity is there, she's putting the ball away. And we can see it's creating some level of pressure on Sheldene at this stage. And Sheldene needs to pick it up if she's going to push this into game 3.
She definitely does. Sheldene tries the injection.
Oh, that's with a lovely inside-out backhand. Good get there by Kim. It was short, and she pounced on it and delivered well. The score 2-7 to 4. Sheldene on the occasion, a bounce serve and looking to repeat quite a bit of power on that form, and that one went beyond the line, and the score now will be now 2-7 to 5.
So 2-7 to 5. Sheldene is at the golden end. Somehow the score is not that golden for her. So it is 2-7 to 5. Nice soft serve to the backarm. Gaining her a point. 3-7 to 5. So she tries it again. This time though, Kim counters that quite beautifully. Nice soft ball. It's high and it will be hit. It will be hit again.
Oh, this is good playing by Kim. It was there for the hit, for the take-in. She struck it with great force. And well done on Sheldene to get back the first one where we thought it was over. She said, hey, have another try.
And that was some good defending from Sheldene. I see the members of Parliament clapping in appreciation for this beautiful tennis. Nice. Nice cross-court shot. Kim raises her hand in appreciation to Sheldene. Well, maybe not appreciation, but at least showing her that level of respect for such a beautiful turn.
It was a lovely shot there by Sheldene. And 6-0 serve to 4. As you say, we have the dignitaries in the house. This is so good for road tennis. And as you look around, you have a full gymnasium. Is there any sitting room left?
Just a few spaces, just to adhere to the protocols of social distancing. So Kim just went over to the coach's corner. She got some words of wisdom, if you want to call it that, from both Frankie and Ken Belgriff. Nice short ball. Look at this. It's good. Oh, what a powerful hit from Sheldene. Well returned by Kim. The crowd in the gymnasium is keeping lots of noise tonight.
They're appreciating, Calvin, what they're seeing. Attack and defense. Good stuff. Good playing here tonight with both these ladies. $20,000 at stake, and we're seeing tennis on a very, very high level.
Yes, very high level. What I admire though, John, about both ladies who are on the court, they're just smiling. They're enjoying the tennis. Yes, it has the intensity as you would expect a final would have, but both of them are enjoying the tennis as they fight valiantly to take home this big grand prize of 20,000 Barbados dollars, 10,000 US dollars.
Yes, Kim, power serve to the forearm. Again, lovely shot there by Kim. It's working for her. She's really taking the weight off those balls. Up to this point, Sheldene has no answer.
And Sheldene walks to her coach's corner, which is Eddie Best. And I'm sure, knowing Eddie, knowing his style of coaching, he's telling her, you need to step into the court for those short balls. Stop reaching for them. Kim is certainly seeing the weakness, and she's taking advantage of it. But what a passing shot there by Sheldene, John.
Yes, that's a good shot. Inside out, good cross court inside out form by Sheldene. I think she needs to do a bit more of that. She needs to send a message to Kim sooner than later. I'm in this game and demonstrate it as well.
Yes,
that was a good shot on that occasion.
Serve into 10.
That's
Kim did not have an answer to that shot, and few players would have an answer to that shot. That was a beautifully well-crafted shot with lots of technique in it. Kim tries to chop that ball, but it stays in her court.
Sheldene seeks to close this particular gap, and she's doing well so far. This is good tennis by Sheldene Walrond. 9 will serve to 10. From a score of 6-10, Sheldene is doing really, really well here. And if she's going to push this into a game 3, she needs to keep this momentum going as much as she possibly can.
Both players taking a walk to their coaches. I'm sure that Sheldene's coach, Eddie, will be telling her, keep the pressure on. And Kim's coach, Ken Belgriff, is telling her, you need to keep this gap as wide as possible.
Absolutely, and this point would certainly help.
That's a nice shot, but well returned by Kim. The excitement of this match, though,
lovely tennis. These ladies are showing us here tonight, it's not only about power, but it's showing the ability of keeping that ball on the court. And on that occasion, Sheldene was up to the task. She played the ball with gentle, a good soft touch. Well done to Sheldene Warren. We have an even score at 10-all.
And John, I refer to both of them as the queens of road tennis. They actually knock each other's racket together, just showing how beautiful the game is, how much they appreciate each other, even during this particular battle.
Yes, yes. The friendship is on the court as well.
Definitely.
Great appreciation. 10-all. Bouncer center court.
That ball is called out. Well, John, one person is walking away with $20,000 and the other person $15,000.
I'm sure that both these ladies turn up here this evening with one intention only, to walk away with $20,000. And you recall listening to the various interviews over the last couple of days, when asked by what was your game plan going in, they were all protective each and every time. You heard it with the ladies and the men as well. So I think whoever walked on this stage tonight has simply one intention, $20,000.
Definitely, and Kim winning the first game. Interestingly, in 11 years ago, Serena Williams, who happens to be Kim's role model, played an exhibition game right here in the Wilde Gymnasium.
Well, this is really, really good playing here by Sheldene. 10-12, she just won 6 consecutive points. Has a 2-point lead and a good weight off there by Sheldene. That would give her 7 consecutive points. And the score now will be 10-13 as Sheldene positions herself to push this into game number 3.
And what a nice short ball. In the Beijing parlance, we say do for do is not obier, meaning if you do it to me, can do it for you to you. And Kim giving her a short ball, and now we see that Sheldene give her back another short ball. But this one failed. This particular short ball failed. Kim reading it so well, stretching her racket out. She's a tall player with relatively long hands, and she just stretched it out and reach it and send that ball backward.
That was good anticipation on the part of Kim.
14 serving to 11. Her coach Frankie is calling her in his corner, giving her some advice. Sheldene as well, getting some advice.
Well, Sheldene is certainly positioning herself, like I said before, to push this into game 3. She's done well when you think of a score of being 6-10 down, and she's now leading 14-11. This is really a good fight back. Good tennis here being played by Sheldene. The important thing is, can she maintain this level of tennis to push this into game 3? As she serves at 14-11, that one is away. That would take the score down to 14-12.
And you know, John, when we were doing the interviews on both of these players, they could not even remember how many times they've played each other. So they've played each other before, they know each other's strengths and weaknesses. Came with a nice chopping style of tennis. Very, very good exchange.
This is awesome tennis here by
her
Kim.
left hand in the ear.
Kim Holder is playing
dominance in that rally.
Kim Holder is playing the tennis of her life.
John, we knew that this game would have been nail-biting, and we are seeing it being exhibited here tonight. 14 serving to 13. Just 1 point separate these queens here in the second game, with Kim Holder taking the first game.
And she did well to close that gap. Good exchange, and another very good return by Kim. We're having a seesaw game here this evening, at least this game 2. 1 minute you have a leader, then someone catches back, and this is really good tennis on the part of both players, and certainly the crowd here at the gymnasium totally in appreciation of what they're witnessing here tonight.
John, speaking of the crowd, not a man moves out of his seat. Everyone wants to witness this nail-biting match between the 2 queens of road tennis, Kim Holder and Sheldene Waldron. Kim winning the first game 21-19, and now the scores are locked 15-15 in this second game.
What advice would you give to Kim at 15-15, 5 serves? What kind of advice you think that she'd be getting from her coach, Griffith, at this point?
Well, she needs to capitalize on her serves, because Sheldene will have the last serve in this particular game. So she needs to make sure that the score is changed 16 serving to 19. Worst case scenario, 17 serving to 18.
Well, she's on track already. She took the very first point. Looking for 2 in a row. A ball that she should have done a little better. I think she got a little anxious on that particular shot. And as a result, into the 8-inch enemy. Even scored 16 all.
Good powerful shot from Sheldene. Kim somehow thought that she had it, but she defended it a bit too weakly in her pushback, and it landed in her court.
I think the cleverness about that particular shot from Sheldene, it really didn't go with the force that she anticipated, and I think she was defeated with the flight of the ball. So that was a really good receiving shot there on that occasion by Sheldene.
16 serving to 18. I'm sure that Kim is disappointed in allowing Sheldene to take this 2-point lead, because remember, Sheldene has the final serve in this game.
Yes, she does.
So 18 serving to 17. This is a very important part of the game for Sheldene. Sheldene now has to make sure that she wins 3 out of her 5 serves, and 3 out of her 5 serves added to her already 18 points would take her home in this second game and line her up for a third game and put her in a favorable position for that $20,000 prize. So she has to serve as clever as possible and as creative as possible against the many-time champion Kim Holder.
And I'm quite sure that many-time champion will not make it easy for her. In fact, Kim will be thinking, I can still pull this off. I've done well winning a number of her serves early in the game. Kim still believes her chance of winning this particular game is still very good. 1 point difference, Kim needs 4 points. It's close.
Definitely is close. And we cannot assume at all, because Sheldene is 1 point ahead and 3 points away from victory, that Kim is going to sit down and play dead, as the expression goes.
Now, bounce serve to the form. Good exchange by both ladies. Again, a lovely shot there by Kim.
Sheldene now exercising her right to appeal that particular ball, which was extremely close to the baseline. How do you folks at home see it? Someone just messaged in and said they saw it in, but we have to wait until we get official word.
Good to see that our viewers are very much involved and looking and paying attention to what's happening here at the gymnasium. Garfield Shores Gymnasium. There's a buzz around that particular one.
Lots of noise in the audience. Lots of noise in the audience. We are happy to see a lot of the diaspora in places such as New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, locked on and messaging in, telling us how much they appreciate the fact that the government here in Barbados put on this tournament so that they can watch some beautiful tennis. It's now 18 all. The second game of this beautiful road tennis.
Sheldene, bounce serve to the center of the court. Strikes that one. She struck that ball. Great force center court. Good playing here by Sheldene. 19 serving to 18. It's good to see that even at this stage of the game, she's willing to go for her shots. And on that occasion, it worked for her.
A very confident player, I would say, because usually, John, at 19 all, 18-19, these high numbers closer to the end of the game, players tend to play very conservative. They do not want to spoil. They do not want to make a mistake. But Kim, being the consummate attacker that she is still attacking.
Yes, well, Sheldene, both players taking a bit of advice on the side, understandably so. 19 was served to 19. Sheldene serve, bounce serve to the back arm, and strike. She struck that one. A bit too much force on that occasion. Ball going beyond the line and going wide, and has just positioned Kim on a game set and match at the score of 19 now, serving to 20. Serve.
Nail biting.
Oh, what a shot! What a shot!
Has won it.
Kim Holder is our champion, the ladies champion for 2022, the Barbados Open, and Kim is in tears.
She is in tears, John, because she said in an interview she is going to win this tournament for her mother who died last year, and I'm sure that those tears are a representation of her deep grief, and we have to sympathize with her, but we are happy to see that she has pulled through. Very exciting game. Kudos to Sheldene Waldron as well, but the victory goes to Kim in this final game.
What a moment for Kim Holder here at the Garfield Shores Gymnasium, as you can hear the crowd recognizing her effort and giving her her due. This is really a very special moment for Kim Holder. She spoke about her win when she won the World Championship 2016. The question I think will be asked tonight, how do you measure this championship here tonight? Well done to Kim Holder, winning 2 games in a row, Kelvin Scott.
Well, to be honest with you, John, I was not anticipating a 2 straight. I know that both individuals have met each other many times over the years. I really thought this would have gone into a 3rd game. Sheldene went on the golden side of the court, and this was nail-biting. Everyone in the audience sat in their chairs. Not a man moved. They wanted to see the outcome of this game, and it was a beautiful outcome. The winner played well. Sheldene played extremely well too, but the victory has gone to Kim Holder. She said in an interview that, and we repeat, she said that she's going to play this particular game for her mother. She remembers her. She's still in the grieving process. It's only a year since she died, and she won it, and she was in tears, John.
Yes, what a moment, what a moment. And it's so interesting, the fact that she started this game with the drop shot. She got injured during the course of the ending of the first game, and was being the champion that she is. She got up and fought and was able to close that particular first game. And here she is here now into the second game, using and relying on the drop shot once again. And Kim Holder is our champion for 2022, the Barbados Open. And she's a winner of $20,000 here tonight, Kelvin.
Yes, $10,000 US to put it in perspective for those of you outside of Barbados. But John, do you want to comment on the upcoming game, the game between Mark Venom Griffith, the veteran, versus the young wonder boy Shakeem Nurse? Do you want to comment on that?
Oh, that is going to be really, we will be talking for some time in that particular game. Coming up, we will have the very experienced Mark Griffith, known as Venom, as he comes up against young Shakeem Nurse, who's been lately labeled or dubbed the Wonder Boy. We have 2 very quality, top fit athletes. We have players who have a variety of playing ability, attack and defense. But this young man, I must say, in my mind, I'm thinking, tonight, are we going to have a change of guard? Are we going to see a change where youth has finally presented itself at the front of this sport?
Yes, well, just passing us is the Honorable Charles Griffith, and he is going to address the audience here. So respectfully, we will take a break as he addresses the audience.
Good evening, Gymnasium. Tonight I want to acknowledge my colleague members of Cabinet, members of the Parliamentary Group, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of the press. I'm told members now from Netflix organization is also in the house. I will be only 5 minutes tonight. I want to say tonight that the Ministry of Sports, through this invitation, is walking on history's page. The team from the Ministry of Sports, coupled with members from the Barbados Road Tennis Association and the Professional Road Tennis Association, came together to make this happen. You're seeing technology tonight that has never been seen before as it relates to sports in this country. But before I exit, I want to say thank you to some key people who made this happen. The team at the Ministry was led by Sean Burke. Where are you, Sean? Adrian Donovan, who, when we were having discussions and they said we're going to take this to Silver Hill and we're going to take this to Bush Hall, I said we're going to have this in the gymnasium, and I asked Adrian Donovan, can you build a stage? And he said, yes, Minister. Adrian, where are you? So, without keeping you from the main event tonight, I just want again to congratulate the 150 members who decided to take part in this particular competition. I want to say thank you for all of the spectators who are here tonight. I think it is the first time in history that we're doing 10,000 in a blended way, those online and those who are here for a sport on this island. So I want to thank you for coming out. There's a calypso that says calypso is traveling. I want to suggest to you tonight that our road tennis, our indigenous sport is traveling. Thank you.
You want this one? You want this one? You want this? You want this? Give me that one. Them, you got spot. They can put spots on you. All right, cool. What? All two? All two? All right. Give it up for the champion in the ladies section in the Barbados Road Tennis Open, Kim Holder. Congratulations, Kim. Outstanding performance, defeating Sheldene Walrond. Your game plan this evening?
Just come and just play me and do my best ability.
Now, this means a lot to you. A lot of people don't know, the backstory here, but how much does this victory tonight mean to you?
It means so much to me because my mom passed away last year, and the 31st of March this year, a year that she have passed, and she was my biggest role model and my biggest inspiration. So I came out with my heart and soul and tried to play and win this game for her.
And you did. The strategy tonight?
Just come and be me. Don't try to be no different from nobody else, just be me. My mom said that before she died, on her dying bed. She said, Kim, when you go there, play your tennis, just play you. Don't play nobody else, just play you. So that's why I come tonight and I just play me.
How many times have both of you met each other in a final game?
Thank God with you, I can't remember. There's so much, so much things. But I give all respect to Sheldene. We're both humble players and we all respect each other.
Fantastic. Congratulations to Kim Holder, representing St. George.
Thank you very much. And I want to say a warm thank you to each and every one that supported me. I send their prayers and blessings. And thanks very much.
Thanks so much, Kim Holder. Ladies champion, $20,000 in the bag. Fantastic.
Playing in the background is the popular calypso song Morby.
Yep, Morby's song. Last time I heard that song,
We saw some.
and when it was being played here. Okay, so we have coming up what we've waited for some time, Calvin. We have the men finals, where we'll see the matchup between the experienced Mark Griffith and the young and talented Shakeem Nurse. What's your take on Mr. Griffith this evening?
Well, I call him the wall. I call him the wall. Mark Griffith has started playing road tennis in 2009. He has won 4 Clash of the Titans, 3 Silver Hill championships, 3 island-wide tournaments, 3 Monarchs of the Court championships. He's won the Lance Bino Masters Championship and the Haynesville Men Open Championship. He has been dubbed as the most stubborn road tennis player ever to live in the 87 years of road tennis. What we have been witnessing recently, though, John, is that he has unearthed an attacking style of road tennis that we've never seen before. So even though we know that he's a good defender, we've been seeing some attacking tennis from him as well. What is your take on young 17-year-old Shakeem?
Well, I'm glad to hear that you have that view on Griffith. We know his game as being a very good defensive player, as good that he's transformed to be an attacking player, because tonight he's up against Shakeem Nurse, a 17-year-old who has won championships, which consist of the junior tournament, the community events, and the B-class championship. In 2020, he won his first A-class championship by defeating Aaron Barker to win the This Is Who We Are event. In 2022, he won the Q Point Road Tennis Festival A-class shotgun competition. In 2022, he also won the Sandy Lane Charitable Trust Easter Junior Tournament. He won the under-21s. So Shakeem Nurse, the young talent, is on display tonight. I'm quite sure that he's going to have the backings of just about every young player in road tennis watching him tonight. And let's see if he delivers.
Well, John, earlier you asked if there's going to be a change of guard. When we were hitting the streets asking questions, we heard lots of individuals saying, well, Venom has had his time. But then we heard another cross-section of Barbados saying, no, Venom is still young, he's still strong, he's still a very good player. And as Shakeem walks out onto the court tonight, we're hearing the cheers of the 5,000 patrons here tonight cheering him on. He's young, he's exciting, and now we have the entry of Mark Venom Griffith.
Well, as we look out for the entry of the very gifted, the man who considers himself the brick wall of all brick walls, the defender of all defenders, as we get ready for Mark Griffith as he enters the arena. Looking the typical Mark Griffith, looks very composed, he looks focused as usual, and he knows that tonight he's got to turn or do something exceedingly special if he's going to keep that Mark Griffith name where he wants it.
Well, in the popular interview, Mark said that lots of persons are coming here to see the attacking style of Shakeem, but they're also coming to see him putting back on these balls.
Well,
so this is going to be a very interesting game. It's going to be exciting. I'm sure that there are going to be lots of exchanges tonight, lots of rallies, but lots of shots as well.
Well, I do agree with you, and we'll be looking forward to all the action as we share with you the journey of Nurse. Nurse in the round of 16 defeated Trevor Eiffel 21-15, 24-22. In the quarterfinals, he defeated Adrian Scott 21-15, 21-16, and defeated Dario Hines 21-7, 21-11, 21-11 in the semifinals to reach the finals. This young man has proven his worth. He's here tonight and he's ready to go.
Well, in the quarterfinals, Griffith defeated Darius Gaskin 21-9, 21-13. He defeated Julian Michael Jackson White 21-9, 21-14. And now he's up against the young wonder boy, Shakeem Nurse. And as we mentioned before, in here, it's very exciting. We have the likes of Kirk Brown. He's doing the introductions. We have a massive crowd in here tonight. Love, serving love.
And we're off for the men finals, Barbados Open 2022. The long anticipated moment is here.
$20,000 at stake, lots of exchanges. The first point going to Mark Venom Griffith, one serving love.
The exchanges, we're going to see quite a bit of those tonight. The standard and the quality of play of both these players. Oh, what a backhand. Oh, what a backhand. What a shot.
D-line, TV Empire.
Well,
D-line on B
Struck
court.
that one with great force. And with that force, we have a referral already. 2 points, Kelvin Scott, and we're into a moment of the technology is here again.
Well, John, you would be expecting that when $20,000 is at stake, we have to employ the technology that is here for that particular point. The technology
The ball is in.
is being used, it's being called in.
It is in.
Second umpire, Mr. Charles.
And the spectators appreciating that effort on the part of Shakeem Nurse. Score even at 1 apiece.
So what that means, John, is that there is only 2 more appeals in this particular game by Mark Griffith. Mark is dancing, covering the entire court, and I'm sure Shakeem is looking for the shot.
Oh, what a shot again! And the Griffith Sober's Gymnasium has just erupted. Oh my goodness! And it's only a backarm smash. Kelvin!
John, that wasn't just a backarm smash. It was as though he gave him a backarm slap in disrespect.
Oh, we are in for a thriller tonight. We're in for action at its very best.
I'm telling you, you will be seeing lots of shots. We're here seeing a replay system from Kirk Brown at the side. And let me tell you, lots of shots tonight.
Oh, lovely variation again. We were talking about injections a bit earlier. Now we saw the females. Now that was the male component. What a shot there by that young man. A touch of class.
Yes, at 17 years old, he has in his repertoire lots of shots, lots of defense. This match is going to be explosive.
4-2.
Look
my goodness. And he struts it. And
beautiful shot.
The pose is on. What a pose by young Shakeem Nurse here at the Griffith Sober Gymnasium as the crowd goes wild. And we're into 7 points, Kelvin. 7 points of a 3 best in 5 finals, Kelvin. Talk to me.
5 serving to 2, a 3-point lead from the youngster. And Mark Venom Griffith trying to keep the ball as low as possible to take away any shots from Shakeem. Shakeem utilizing the entire court. His attack. So 6 serving to 2.
And we're seeing this young man showing the versatility of his game already. We saw the explosive shots, we're seeing the touch shots, and we're seeing the sitting down rally shots. What next, Kelvin? What's next?
And John, even with these headphones on, the noise from the cheering 5,000 here tonight is definitely loud. It's explosive. This game of road tennis, John, it in itself is exciting, but this particular match between these 2 individuals will be exhilarating. This is exciting, nail-biting, all of the adjectives to describe this game, John.
This is the first time that Barbados is being given an opportunity to see the talent of this young man at this level. And of all persons, who's best than to do it against the experienced and very talented Mark Griffith. Let's see how this one goes.
Yes, so this is pretty much Shakeem's 2nd major tournament as a senior. But look at the versatility.
Oh! Again, looking to be explosive on that occasion. The linesperson has a different view on that particular ball. That one going wide, the score at 4, serving to 6.
Crowd here enjoying every minute of this match. Short ball. Attention for the long ball.
Yes.
Shakeem has a very interesting way of playing. He employs the push and pull method, where he gives you a very short ball behind the net and then he sends a long ball to back court.
But he's doing it with one of the most energetic players in the game. And it's working to some degree, but kudos to Mark Griffith. He has done well. We have an even score at 6-all.
I'm telling you, John, yes, Shakeem is going to be bringing the shots, but Mark Venom Griffith will be returning shots. He has returned many shots from that point, but that particular shot to his forearm, there was absolutely no answer to that particular shot.
And what can we say? This young man brings to mind the Antoine Lerman Daniel mentality, the stroke play, the attacking, continuously attacking. This is really exciting tennis here, and we're only partway in the first game, Kelvin Scott.
Yes, he is. He's dubbed the baby Antoine.
TV Empire, B baseline, B
has
baseline.
lots of shots, and this particular call now will be adjudicated by the use of technology.
Yes, as both players take an opportunity to have a bit of a water break.
B baseline.
Can you believe water break? Just 14 points in the game. It tells you the quality and the intensity of this particular game. Already, Calvin, we are in for
We're looking
a
at B
cracker tonight.
baseline. B baseline is served.
Definitely can see some members from the Parliament having a dialogue amongst each other and enjoying this beautiful tennis. John, whoever needed to use the restroom, they used it before because they're not leaving their seat for this particular match. I'm telling you, John,
but Calvin,
everyone is seated here tonight,
the ball is
stuck to their chairs, enjoying this road tennis. Beautiful crowd here
the ball
at
is
the Lildy Gymnasium.
A packed gymnasium. The gymnasium is packed as we finally we're going to be given the opportunity for the very first time to see this young talent as he clashed against the very experienced Mark Griffith.
Even Mark Griffith himself acknowledging that many individuals came here to actually see the shots of Shakeem.
Now what we're seeing here is Mark Griffith taking the lead at 9.
So it's 7-7 to 9. Mark can be very deceptive in his accumulation of points. He doesn't necessarily go for the big shots, but bit by bit he accumulates his points. So you have to be very careful. 7 now serving to 10.
Yes, he's building a good lead here, a 3-point lead under circumstances. And we've seen a number of good shots, but we've also seen a number of unforced errors as well.
Yes, and we've heard before that Shakeem hates to play from behind. So we have to see now if he remains motivated in this match. 7 serving 11.
Yes, it's important that he regroups.
And what is interesting in this game, John, is that Shakeem had a healthy lead, and now he's trailing behind by some 4 points.
Yes, I agree very much. But that's the experience of Mark Griffith coming to the fore. He remained in the midst of all the shots. He remained focused, and he's delivering in his way.
Nice exchanges. You realize now that Shakeem is playing a bit more timid, relatively conservative game of tennis now. You know he needs to put the ball on the court and not spoil anymore. Mark is using the width, depth of the court, not giving Shakeem that shot.
Oh, watch it.
The ball is called out. It's a judge out, but the line's personnel bids. You can see the age, wisdom, and experience of Mark Venom Griffith as he uses all of his technique and experience to accumulate points, taking this 5-point lead here from young Shakeem.
Score serve.
13 serving to 7. Shakeem was stuck at 7 for a while. I'm sure his confidence now is somewhat waning, and he really needs to pick up his confidence if he's going to become victorious against Mark Griffith. Mark being a very experienced and stubborn road tennis player. That's a beautiful drive, but somehow Mr. Bates, the lines personnel, is calling it out.
C baseline, C line in B court, C line in B court.
As an attacker, it's important that you mix your game and pick those right balls on which to attack. We're seeing after the first, as you said, 7 points, we're seeing a settled-in defensive kind of tennis by Mark Griffith, and he's just keeping the ball on the court at this point and allowing the youngster to pretty much self-destruct. But let's hope that he's strong enough that he can get to that place and pick his game up quickly before this one is over.
So the ball is adjudged as being in, barely tipping the white line. So the point will be played over. That particular point will be squashed, as we call it in the Bajan parlance. It will be huffed.
7-13.
7 serving to 13.
Shakeem has what it takes. Oh, nice shot there. Good change of direction by young Nurse.
Nice soft shot, but he definitely needs many more of those shots to reach 21. Getting the assistance of the courtside worker to make sure that the surroundings are safe. And you know what? Mark Griffith is speaking to Tito Ellis, trying to determine exactly how that particular point was adjudged.
In the meanwhile, we saw young Shakeem Nurse going back to his coach and friend, Untitled Chapter. Rather interesting that, of all persons, he continues with his friend and buddy all the way through this particular tournament. What do you think about that?
It's very interesting. We know that both players hail from the sauna camp, the indoor facility in Bank Hall, but now they have 2 coaches outside of the sauna camp, obviously because of neutrality, to call this game and to support them in this particular bout.
Might be a worthy break. Let's see if on the return to court, young Nurse could bring something and close his gap. Feeling that he would definitely not want to start as a level one down to less than 5 frames.
So we mentioned before, there were 150 players in all, 124 male players and some 26 female players, and now we are down to the final 2 men. The final 2 women played before, with Kim Holder coming over victorious over over Sheldene Walrond, 2 straight.
And in the playoff, we saw Rachel Smith taking the playoff against Madeline Blunt, and Dario Hines taking the 3rd place in the playoff against Julian White.
Well, the crowd here is keeping lots of noise over that particular controversial point. And at this stage and at this intensity in tennis, with such a large prize money being awarded, each player wants to make sure that they are treated fairly as it relates to the point system. And that's within their right, as you would imagine. And
every point, Kelvin.
Every point,
Kelvin, counts all the way. The one that you're allowed to go would be the one that you really need when it matters most.
8 serving to 13, so the point has actually been awarded to Shakeem Nurse.
8-13, he will serve.
Now he's allowing Venom somehow to get in a form of attacking style that will certainly put him under pressure. So Shakeem needs to keep the ball on the court.
Yes, at this point, his coach, his mind should be saying to him, you know, just keep on the court. At this point, change his strategy. You're fit, you're young, just keep the ball on the court.
Certainly, Shakeem is looking to explode with shots, but somehow these shots aren't coming off as yet for him. So he needs to play a more defensive, control form of tennis. He's spoiling some balls that we would not necessarily see in Shakeem. So somehow after this game, he needs to sit with his coach. He needs to be more prepared, more focused, and ask his coach, from behind me, where can you see I was going wrong? Where did I go wrong?
I must say that we are talking about a large stage here. This young man, this is the first time that he's actually at this A-class level. At this, we have a packed gymnasium. We have thousands of persons watching this game. It's a different game than when you're playing in other arenas. This is the big stage, and that has its place as well.
Oh, beautiful road tennis. Backcourt shot from Venom Griffith.
And that one is way.
Very nice replay.
18 now.
Shakeem.
18 serving to 9 is the score.
And Mark Griffith is gaining lots of confidence.
To 9.
I'm sure this is a shift in what people expected.
20
this particular
serving
game.
to 9. A game that started
to 9. Will he be peg in the first game, which is a score under 10? Now that will do something to the young man's confidence for sure.
We'll wait and see as he battles not to get a peg. And what a way to deny such. What a way to deny such. That was a beautiful shot, cross court. Not even the ever so energetic.
Even though he's 10 points behind, the crowd is still enjoying that particular shot. Now it's time for young Shakeem to regroup. Figure out exactly where he went wrong. Venom being that consummate wall of a defender. And Shakeem really has to focus, keep the ball on the court, execute the shots only when necessary. He has a very young coach though, John, you alluded to that earlier. Perhaps do you think that could be maybe an error in choosing someone young like him as opposed to a more experienced coach that will be able to guide him through a difficult situation like this one, being one love down to Mark Venom Griffith? What are your views?
I think that he used him previously. He's here at the finals tonight. They would have had exchanges several times throughout this entire tournament, and I'm sure that they're comfortable with each other. Some of us might say a more experienced coach could approach and give him different types of instructions. Who knows? But they've been together at this point. They seem to share ideas and rely on each other, and that may be special for him coming into this grand final. What I will say is that we're seeing a Shakeem who we all knew he has a lot of skill, he has a very good game, but he has to get that mental component. And you said it a bit earlier, when he's playing from behind, it's like a real challenge for him. Let's see if he can turn it around here in this arena.
Yes, so love a servant to 1. And sometimes we know it can be a psychological disadvantage, losing the first game.
And of all places, he lost on the golden end.
Well, he lost on the golden end, and he also lost a golden player with lots of experience. So it's 1 servant to 1. The attacking young Shakeem losing to Mark Venom Griffith. 10-21 in the first game.
Now it's important that he really regroups and get the mental going here this evening. He has the short play, he has the shot, but he has to be patient as he seeks to execute those shots. Again, 1 serving 3. Griffith already having some level of authority here, even though the score is 1-3. The body language of young Shakeem tells you something's not quite right.
It's not quite right, and we know that Mark is a very focused player. He's a very determined and stubborn player. He's going to hit this one. And he did. It was a penalty given to him, and he certainly took advantage of it.
Not a good start here for Nurse, losing 4 of his 5 serves. It's important that he really dig deep. He needs to get close and stay close to Griffith if he's going to do anything of importance in this game too.
Well, he's playing the rallying game, and play the rallying game against Griffith is going to be very, very difficult. Oh, beautiful road tennis here tonight. Oh, what is that?
What a shot. What a good defense here by the Nurse. And these are the kind of shots, the explosive shots, the defensive shot. He has the game. But what is important, he needs to be a bit more selective and stay the course and be a bit more focused in his selection. But that is an awesome shot. Well played there by Nurse.
Yes, he saw the opening in the form and he certainly took it. But again though, John, if we're to break down this game in numbers, he would need to hit lots more of those shots in order to get home tonight.
Yes, and that is not easy. You recall Mark saying in his interview, he might come to see shots, but what people really will come to see tonight is his defense. He's 1 game up and he's leading 5-2 in the second game.
So this is the second game in the final match in this finals for the big prize of 20,000 Barbados dollars. Nice drop shot, but Venom has an answer. The thing about it, John, is that Venom is extremely fit, he's extremely fast, he's extremely agile, and in order for Shakeem to beat him with those balls, he has to play a different type of tennis.
The push and pull is not really working, and if he had a chance in the first game, Mark Griffith is warm in the second, and you see how quickly he got to that ball, and it's important that young Nurse figures that out and just stay the course. Keep the ball on the court, as he's doing on this occasion.
And remember too, John, that Venom would have defended against the consummate attacker in road tennis, which is Antoine Lilman Daniel. He has survived under his attack many times, and if Shakeem is to break on that wall, he has to play lots of road tennis here tonight. The ball just hitting the net and carrying to the outside of the court.
The score now will change at 3-7. The test that we were all waiting for. The tennis that Barbados is looking forward to for some time. We're having it here tonight. We saw some very good and explosive shots by young Shakeem Nurse, but also since the experience and brilliant tennis being played here by Mark Griffith. He's leading now at 7-3. Again, young Nurse. His game plan is on, but 1 too many unforced errors. It was a good setup on that occasion. A ball that penalty at his class. Balls that he really should not be missing at this level.
Lots of advice coming from the various sections of the crowd here tonight. Some 5,000 individuals here on hand. Oh, that's a beautiful short shot,
yes.
And that is exactly what Shakeem needs to do. He needs to use the entire court to garner points from Mark Venom Griffith. So some he has to play long, some he has to play short. He is not going to penetrate that wall so easily at all, John.
It looks as if
4-7-9. That ball was
C-line on A court. C-line on A court.
That particular point being referred.
D-line, sorry. D-line on A court. D-line, D-line.
It's really good, John, to see how technology has been employed now in this indigenous sport. making the calls more accurate and giving the players a better opportunity to have a fair game. That ball is adjudged as being out, which means that the point is given to Mark Griffith. So 4-9, Shakeem trailing by 5 points.
That's a rather
veteran Mark Griffith.
That's a big gap. At 4-7 to 9, at 4-7 to 10. As Mark Griffith continues to show his power and control over this game.
Certainly class and experience.
Yes, we are seeing that. Indeed. 10-5. It's important that young nurse regroups if you can. This is where you learn. This is learn on the job here tonight, Scott. They haven't played against each other for some time now, and it was just a matter of when will we meet again. And for some time, the talk in the sauna has been it will happen at the finals. Well, here we have it tonight.
Yes. So 10-6. This is the first time that these two individuals have ever met each other, and they're now meeting each other in the finals.
Both heading out of the sauna camp.
TV Empire.
Shakeem stopped during play, calling that ball out.
B baseline, B baseline.
Hoping that his call is a wise one. John, based on technology, that's very, very close. We're playing it as slow as possible so as to give the second umpire, Christopher Griffith, the chance to really see it.
Ball is in. Ball is in.
Well, the umpire.
Well, we have the decision being made. Ball in.
So 11-6. Shakeem Nurse challenged that particular ball and he lost, so he has one single challenge. So what just happened is that the Mark Venom Griffith hit the ball backward. Somehow Shakeem thought it was out. The ball had to be adjudicated by the technology, and the point was awarded to Mark Venom Griffith because the ball was actually in.
And we have a score now of 11-7.
12-7. A nice, healthy 12-point lead for Mark Griffith.
Got a 5-point lead.
5-point lead, sorry.
As Griffith applies the pressure. The defensive tennis here by Griffith. He's known for keeping the ball in play and continues to show why he's called Venom. And that one tipping the top of the net. 7 now was served to 13.
John, they said that Venom can destroy the other membranes or vessels within the body. It seems as though Shakeem is being broken right down point by point.
Yes, he is. And Mark would have done his homework, and he knows the importance of keeping that ball in play, giving that extra shot time and time again. And tonight we are seeing that Mark Griffith continues to keep the ball in play. Whether it's a power shot, whether it's a rally, he keeps the ball in play.
8-7 now. Again, another healthy 6-point lead. Nice injection from Shakeem. We're seeing the shots coming. Beginning to build, but they're building into the net. The 8-inch enemy, John.
That's correct. And the pressure is building. You're hitting the ball, and the ball continues to come back.
Yes, that must be frustrating for Shakeem.
It can be. It can be.
I'm hearing some shouts from the audience saying, "Just keep the ball in."
TV Empire. TV Empire. A baseline. A baseline.
some of us say that the work is easy, but tonight we are seeing the quality and the caliber of a player Mark Griffith really is. Tonight he's showing why he's the champion he is. He keeps the ball in the play, he gives you that extra ball, and there are not many players who can really stay at that level for a very long period. And tonight we are seeing young Nurse being challenged whether he can keep that level of intensity and concentration within the game. And so far, Mark Griffith is winning.
Yes, well, this particular point has gone to the third umpire, which is the system they have in place, the camera system they have in place to support these particular calls. Something very interesting now happened. Dwayne Lynch, the experienced road tennis coach, has now walked around the auditorium and has sat in the coach's corner of Shakeem Nurse. And this is the same thing I alluded to earlier, John. Yes, we know that young Chapman has been his coach and a part of his supporting team, but coming up against a player like Mark Venom Griffith, perhaps you need someone with a bit more experience to help you home against such a great player like Mark.
Yes, I agree. Let's see if the presence of Lynch really can make a difference in this game.
He seems motivated after those words from Dwayne Lynch. Unforced error.
It's amazing that his playing style as like any attacker, your thought is looking for that particular ball that you can capitalize on and take that point. Whereas he's playing an opponent who thinks totally the opposite. An opponent who thinks of keeping the ball on, nonetheless puts it there, allow you to strike the ball, and that's working here tonight in a big way for Mark Griffith. He's putting the ball on the court, he's doing what he's good at. What is important is young
and you're absolutely right. I heard it from Antone. Antone said once that a shot is really just the ball being on the court, whether it's hard or soft. It's really just keeping the ball on the court.
16-9 score.
Very nice set of exchanges between both players, covering the court quite well. Who will emerge the winner of this point? John? This is nail biting. Look at the fitness being called.
That's it!
And Shakeem rejoices as though he won the game. That particular point was exhilarating, it was exciting, it was so close.
And it's the kind of point that he needs a whole set of those points here tonight. Because should he get back in this game number 2, that is the only way in. Well done to Shakeem Nurse. He was able to sit with that one well over 20 exchanges, but he's going to take those big efforts, and that's what it's going to take if he's going to turn this game around here this evening.
Yes,
well
John.
played on that occasion.
And in the camera's view, you can see Dwayne Lynch in the multicolored long sleeve shirt, giving some direction to young Shakeem. He needs it, and certainly there has been a slight paradigm shift in terms of the points here tonight at the Wilde Gymnasium.
16 serving to 10.
Well,
TV Empire, A bat line.
Last
A bat line.
Appeal.
Let's see if he gets this one right on this occasion.
For what it's worth, John, it does make sense appealing, looking at the score.
Yes, and you just want a big point. You just want a big point, and that point in particular can keep your rhythm and your momentum going forward for the next point. So that's a good appeal, I believe. Good strategic move here, good thinking here by Shakeem. And let's see if it works a bit more for him to get him back into this game. The game is not over until it's over.
So the gap somehow is beginning to closing in a bit. And this is exactly what Shakeem would want, to stay as close as possible to Griffith.
But he needs some of these serves if he can put it together. 17-10.
It's going to be very difficult for Shakeem to get back into this game, trailing 7 points to the likes of Mark Griffith. 17-11.
Bounce serve to the backhand. Very tricky serve. Very good serve there by Griffith. 18 now serving to 11.
And Griffith teasing and testing his form. A bit conservative, not wanting to go in the form of Shakeem, knowing how powerful it can be.
Oh, what a shot by Shakeem Nurse. What an exchange there, Scott. Well played by Shakeem Nurse. And it's those kind of points that we saw a bit early, was spoiling those balls, but he built that shot, that particular point, brilliantly. This was really good tennis here by Nurse. He needs a whole lot of that if he's going to get back into this game. Beautiful display here.
The replay shows the beauty of the shot. Perhaps he's gaining momentum for the other game as well, John. Oh, that's an unforced error though. Somehow he lifted that ball way over the baseline, John.
Yes, but I must say that we are seeing a change in his game in the last couple of points that he played. And we realized that he's not really going all-out attack like what he was doing in the first game. I think he pulled the trigger a bit too early on too many occasions in game number 1. But these last couple of points, we're seeing a Shakeem who looks as if he's now starting to say that it's time that I can sit down on the game and rally the ball and see what happens.
And I'm telling you, John, the employment of Dwayne Lynch as an additional coach has certainly helped. Dwayne has played Mark Venom Griffith many times as well. He has sparred with him in the sauna, and he would know the specific things to tell Shakeem to do and what not to do.
Absolutely agree. 12 serving to 19, that one tipping the net and parries out, so we have a score now 12, will serve now to 20. 1 point away from Mark Griffith moving into game number 2. 1 game away from championship on his end. 3 games away from championship on young Shakeem Nurse's end. And that backhand is called out, 21-12.
21-12, the second game going to Mark Venom Griffith after winning the first one, 21-10. So Mark Griffith with 2 games, Shakeem Nurse 0.
And we have a packed crowd. It's really good to see the type of response and persons coming out of the camera now, zero in on some of our Parliament members coming out tonight, taking in the indigenous sport of road tennis.
Where else would you want to be a Saturday night like this when such beautiful tennis is being played in this indoor auditorium? Where else to be, John, unless you're home watching it online or on CBC Channel 8.
And let me say good evening to all the viewers. If you are indeed taking in the game, if you're local, if you're in Dubai, India, New York, the UK, wherever you are, welcome to Garfield Sobers Gymnasium, and you're witnessing the finals, the men finals of the Barbados Open 2022. We're into the 3rd game of this contest. It's 3 best of 5, with Mark Griffith having taken the very first 2 games, 21-10, 21-12. Getting ready for game number 3.
Mark Griffith with the serve.
This is the third game. Love serving to love.
So Love serving to Love. Very important game for Shakeem to win. If he loses this game, he's out, John.
Yes. And it's important that he wins this one if you're going to see a 4th game. That's a good weight off. 2 with no serve to 1, with Mark Griffith very much in the driver's seat here this evening. But it's not over. We saw him
over, John.
We saw him in 2017 when he played against Julian White, having been up 2, lost 3-2 from behind. Can this young man do something as spectacular as the world boss? Oh, good tennis here. The gymnasium appreciating the efforts of a young Shakeem Nurse. Good patient tennis. And on that occasion, he waited until that particular ball was there for the put away and did what he was supposed to do, Kelvin.
Did what he was supposed to do well. Griffith said that many individuals came here to see him put on the ball, and he did, but many individuals came here too to see Shakeem put them away, and he certainly did
on that occasion. We'll have a change of score. He'll be serving at 2, now serving to 3. Whatever that young man has in mind, he needs to demonstrate it as soon as possible. The longer he takes, the more confident, the experience, Venom will be, Mark Griffith will be thinking, where's my $20,000 check? Getting close.
3-all. At least this particular game is close. I'm sure that Shakeem being down at that particular end, the end that has accumulated the most points for the night, really needs to accumulate some points. Somehow the lines personnel is calling that particular ball out, but Shakeem sees it differently. So it will now be adjudged by the camera system.
What we saw in the latter part of game 2, the approach that he took in terms of staying with the points and rallying a bit more, I'm quite sure that he's going to be coached to do maintain that kind of play if he's going to push this into a game 4. One certainly didn't work. One had a whole lot of attack, but then the attack was able to be closed down, and Mark Griffith got home quite easily. He's serving up 4, serving to 3. Looking to take the weight off of that one, and did nothing more but to put it into the 8-inch enemy.
Yes, John. We're seeing that Shakeem is moving a bit more in this particular game, John. Trying to somehow wear down Mark Griffith. That's a beautiful shot.
Yes, a lovely shot. Down the line shot to the forearm. It was close to the net. Good power there from young Nurse on that occasion, and he scored even 4 apiece. Bounce serve to the center of the court. Oh, good defensive tennis by Nurse. We've seen a glimpse of Mark Griffith on the attack, and best he did on that occasion was get into the 8-inch enemy, Calvin.
Yes, into the net. So 5 serving to 4. Just a 1-point lead. Oh, he's hitting that one a bit too hard. Each time he goes to the right, somehow he's taking that ball 3 to 4 inches away from the baseline. Somehow he needs to just perhaps just curtail that ball down the baseline more so than trying for that wide angle, John.
Yes, I agree. It was good. It was a good setup on his part. Balls that he really should not be missing at this point. He's working too hard to get that far and then spoil in the end.
The
Again, a very good rally here with both players. Oh, looking for that drag. Looking for that power drag.
And it's a bit unfortunate. Throughout the tournament, we saw Shakeem putting on those drags, executing them effortlessly. But tonight, somehow, he's having difficulty in executing the shots that he usually would execute without any effort at all, John.
I think it has a lot to do with the caliber of his opponent. He knows that those shots, some of the players will have difficulty in returning those balls. But Mark Griffith is a classy player, a top player. And when you're striking the ball against someone of that caliber, you really need to come up with something extra. And I think that's the downfall here so far for this young man. He's going for that extra, and the extra is going against him at this point.
Yes, when you're playing a player the likes of Mark Venom Griffith, you have to be patient, John. And even though we would have seen Mark coming up against the likes of Antoine Lilman, Daniel, Julian White.
Well, again, we're having a score of 8-7-9. Young Nurse seems to be experiencing some kind of pain or something. He went to the umpire, making a request for a timeout. Something seems to be not quite right with the Young Nurse.
Yes, and the EMT is going over to make sure that Young Nurse is okay.
At a score of 8-7-5.
Nurse taking off his right shoe, and some form of liquid is being administered to it, or spray. We hope that he's in good condition and good health, John.
Maybe a sign of some level of cramping, and if indeed that is the case, that would certainly give him a challenge in his movement on the court. At a score 8-7-5. A good crowd on hand. So far, you can tell they've truly appreciated what we saw here this evening. We came and we witnessed some really good playoffs, and we have a lady crowned already as a champion in Kim Holder. I'm taking the big prize of $20,000. To the surprise of most of us, she won 2 straight. As play continues now at 8-7-5.
It seems as though we're in for lots of surprises tonight. Mark Griffith leading 2 games, and now he's in a favorable position, leading 8-5. A nice 3-point cushion against the young Shakeem Nurse. Shakeem testing and teasing the back arm of Griffith, making a switch, going for that pull now, and a nice drop shot.
What a beautiful shot. Oh, what a shot there by young Nurse, taking the weight off, deceiving his opponent in every form of the word, even the ever-energetic Mark Griffith, and a man of his ability who reads the play was unable to read that particular play. Kudos to that young man. Excellent shot.
That's a beautiful short ball. We call it an injection tennis. That's a beautiful road tennis injection just behind the net, John. So now
A bat line, TV Emperor. A bat line on the serve.
Nurse
A bat line on the serve.
somehow calling into question the serve of Mark Griffith. So we're going to go over to the third umpire, which is the replay camera, to adjudge this particular point.
Serve is good.
And we're hearing that the serve is good, it's in. 6-9. Shakeem Nurse trailing by 3 points and down 2 games tonight, John.
Well, to be down 2 games at this stage of the game, our finals, game number 3, 3 points is a big deficit at this stage. Oh, 6 now is served to 10. That deficit even getting wider.
Venom tonight, John. Mark is showing his experience. He's showing his class. He's showing his technique and certainly his fitness.
Yeah, fitness. To recall in our interviews, he indicated that he was able to lose quite a bit of weight, and he went on his diet, and he's been working on his fitness level. And when you put in that level of work, and come to a stage like this,
BS9, BS9.
We see it. Shakeem Nurse on the other hand.
Somehow Mark Griffith is calling this ball out. So we are awaiting the final decision from the replay system, so as to give us an indication as to who the point would be awarded to. The ball is called in. So 7 serving to 10.
I'm sure in those few moments that young Nurse will be taking some instructions, and his coach can only be saying we need to close this gap quickly. So let's see if Nurse brings the game necessary here to close this gap at 7 now serving to 10. Mark Griffith very much in a position of authority. He's in control of this game. He demonstrated in the first game when he won a number of points in a row, and here he is 2 games already under his belt and leading 3 points, 7-10 serving to 7 in the third and critical game, because this could very well signal the end of the men's finals, the end of the road for Shakeem.
Again, Venom has a way of accumulating his points incrementally, and Shakeem has to play some very smart tennis. That was a good shot from Shakeem though, John.
I do agree on that occasion.
Mark Griffith.
Yes, and good power as well.
Tries it again.
Looking for the repeat.
But failing in his efforts, and someone shouted from the audience and said to Shakeem, you need to just put the ball on the court. And those are words of wisdom.
I agree.
Playing against a veteran player like Mark Griffith, he really needs to just keep the ball on the court. 11 serving to 9.
A 2-point difference. This is a good sign here for the young man. You wouldn't want him certainly to be anything greater than 2. What he needs to do now is to find a way to get a lead at this point. If he can acquire a lead, he might have to build his confidence. We spoke some time ago about his playing, coming back from behind, not his strong point. Let's see if he can get a lead here and propel, push this game into something extra. I'm sure the crowd would love to see another game.
Well, I'm sure that Venom would not like to see another game. He's looking to finish this game, go home with a 3 straight and 20,000 Barbados dollars.
Well, 11 serving 10, you already hear the crowd showing some level of appreciation
and
on the part of the young man, and support on the part of Nurse in closing that gap. Let's see if he can stay close. Staying close is critical at this stage.
The crowd support is important. I think some individuals are looking for that change of guard. Beautiful shot down through the center of the court. There's no way that Mark would have had an answer for that particular shot.
Well executed, good setup on his part, taking the weight off and pulling his opponent in and then dispatching. Great stuff here by Shakeem Nurse.
Powerful tennis from both players. Strong backcourt tennis. Firm, flat returns.
Yes, but this is good. This is really good fighting here by young Nurse. He did well. He stood in the point. He attacked. He defended. This is really, really good. 12 serving to 12. And he got the 13th point. Now this is the lead that we're talking about. He's now finally ahead of Mark Griffith, and last time we saw this Nurse leading, it was the very first game, a score line of maybe 6-7-4, and now for the first time in the game number 3, he's leading at 13 serving to 12.
So 13 serving to 12. Shakeem Nurse with ball in hand, about to serve.
He seems to look a little uncomfortable. For some reason, even though he's about to serve, his expressions, there's something not quite right, but he serves the ball to the forearm.
Yes, and the countenance of his face definitely suggests that something is a bit off.
Very good
Mark Griffith is so fast that even though Shakeem is employing the push and pull game where he drops a ball behind the net and then he sends one back court, Mark Griffith is answering to all.
Oh, what a beautiful. What a lovely shot there by young Nurse. Taking the score now to 14-13. He's up by 1. $14 all. I'm quite sure that he'd be disappointed with that shot he selected on that occasion. He really could have done better with that particular ball. It was close enough to the net, and he's going a bit too much angle. 14 now will serve to 14. Ball away.
15 serving to 14. He was wise in not appealing that particular ball to make it look as though it was very clear that it was out. 15 serving to 14, a 1-point lead to the young man Shakeem Nurse.
Oh, lovely. This is well done here by Nurse. Is he in his ascending mode? This is good. He's now 2 points ahead. Mark Griffith will be certainly mindful of that. He takes a towel break. As he, being the strategist he is, he'll be looking to see what he can do with his 5 serves to deter this challenge that this young man is seemingly looking to put in his direction.
And I agree with your sentiments, John, because Mark is that type of player that is very crafty, he's very focused. So a 2-point lead really is no lead with Mark Venom Griffith. Beautiful exchanges from both players. Spoils that penalty, hitting it directly into the net. The net has now become an 8-inch enemy to the young Shakeem.
Yes, it has. At 15 now, serving to 16. You see the clever tactical plays of Mark Griffith. Again, giving that extra ball, giving the ball, constantly giving the ball, and forcing his opponent into error. This is fantastic tennis. Experience is certainly at the fore here as Mark Griffith continues. Good bounce serve.
So Mark showing why fitness is such an important component. He plays a very fit style of tennis, approaching the ball very, very quickly and wearing his opponents down. But can he wear down the young Shakeem Nurse? 17 years old, lots of stamina.
That's a lovely shot by Nurse. Again, the crowd showing appreciation for the skill set of this young man. It was to his back arm, and he was able to angle it with good touch away from the forearm of Mark Griffith. And Griffith a little bit on the back foot here now, serving at 15 to 18.
15 to 18. Very nice weight-off shot at a beautiful angle.
Again,
that one was close.
B backline, TV Empire.
Somehow
B
they're asking
backline.
the replay system to be involved with the B backline, just to make sure that he is seeing it correctly. The chair umpire.
Ball is good. Ball is good.
The ball is being adjudged as good. It's in. So the point remains that of Shakeem Nurse.
15 serving now to 19. Young Shakeem Nurse taking up the position of finally getting ahead and close to that 21, the 21st point. That's going to be very important if he's going to take us into a game 4. 15 will serve to 19. Middle court bump serve.
Oh, Shakeem is gaining momentum, that's for sure, in his movement.
Again, is that
he raised his hand,
inside out,
rejoicing over that particular point. That was beautifully played, well crafted, well positioned from the young man Shakeem Nurse.
And he said it. The quality of the shot, it was such grace. Having that touch, the ball played inside out on the back arm, spun away from his opponent, and it has now placed him in a position to push us in a game 4 at 27-15. Can he close?
He would need to close this game. That ball seems to have hit his foot while it was still inside of the court. So we know that that particular point then will still be awarded to Mark Venom Griffith. 27-16. A nice 4-point cushion. He should be able to get home. But that ball is out, so the gap is getting closer. And with Mark Venom Griffith, you just can't count him out at a score like this, John.
No, you can't. Good move here by Shakeem's assistant and coach. He brought him over, gave him a few pointers, certainly encouraging him to close. He's playing against a very quality player, experienced player, looking to close.
High ball.
Oh, and he spins! A ball that he really should have done a whole lot better with. He finds a way to say hello to the 8-inch enemy.
And somehow the crowd here is backing Shakeem. Yes, they want to see Venom playing, but I think that there's a special place in their heart for this young man. Perhaps to have that change of guard.
Let's see if it will happen here tonight. I'm quite sure that Mark Griffith has other intentions, and he, being the top player he is, will seek to deny this young man, serving at 2018.
And Mark certainly has a lot of fans here as well. But it is said that young Shakeem has lots of young followers.
This is a very important point. Going for that one. And he gets it. And he gets the
crowd is keeping noise galore, as we would say in the Bajan parlance, John.
The young man has delivered. The young man has delivered. I'm quite sure that those spectators, those of you watching television at home, wherever you are, you're seeing road tennis at its very best. The young man Shakeem Nurse taking the third game at 21-18. He's getting some advice on the side as we get ready to move into game number 4. The crowd here, a lovely crowd on hand at the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium. Young Nurse has pushed this into a game 4. We saw Mark Venom Griffith taking the first game 21-10. He won the second game 21-12. And we've just witnessed Shakeem Nurse win the third game 21-18. But tonight we will see if this young man, this young talented Shakeem Nurse, can pull it off. This is the year for the youth. We've seen the young talents around here in Barbados been shining for quite a while. We saw the young and talented Juan, the Calypsonian. He won the Pick of the Crop Finals competition 2022 and back to the court into game number 4. Shakeem Nurse serving. Good bounce serve. Good exchange by both players. Oh, lovely start here. This is a lovely start by Shakeem. A very soft, well-played shot again on the back arm. One serving to love. the crowd in great appreciation as these guys continue to battle away. The rallies, the length of the rallies continue to extend. The pressure is on the players. This is a question of who is the fittest here tonight. Who will take this $20,000 as the rally continues? The fight is on.
Young Shakeem showing that he's just as fit as Venom.
Oh.
With a beautiful, almost passing shot, but somehow it was called away by the Lions personnel.
Again, a good setup here by this young man. He took to the task. Good exchange by both players. 1 serving to 1.
Yes, so we are back here in this 4th game between young Shakeem Nurse, 17 years old, and Mark Venom Griffith. And certainly, John, we are seeing some beautiful tennis here tonight. 1 serving to 1.
Is this the night for the youth?
Well,
can Shakeem push this and make it happen?
Mark won the first 2 games. Shakeem won the 3rd. And I think we are expecting a very thrilling game for this 4th game. It could mean
beautiful
winning the set completely, or it could mean Shakeem matching him 2 all in games.
Yes, and
but that's a beautiful shot, John.
Oh yes, that short play alone showed determination. He was quick on the ball, and not only did he strike the ball with great force, but the placement. We know Venom's ability. He can only, on that occasion, backwatch.
And John, did you see the technique employed? It was just a flick from the wrist from the young Shakeem. He's so talented at 17.
Yes, he is. We have an even score at 2 now, serving to 2. Bounce serve to the form.
That's the momentum Shakeem needed in the game he just won. He needed that momentum. He has it now. He has a different coach in his corner, and he's looking to buckle down and play some mature tennis for his age. So now we are employing the services of the review camera for that particular point.
Ball out.
Ball is adjudged out. Yes, that's the umpire's decision. It's final.
The reaction
cheers of the crowd.
The reaction from the crowd. They are very much involved in this game here tonight, and it's quite clear. You can hear the strong.
And John, I'm not sure if you are aware, but many of the individuals who were sitting are now standing. It's so nail-biting that they want to make sure that they can capture every single point.
All right, service lane, 3-2.
3 serving to 2. Shakeem is going over to the chair umpire, Tito Ellis, to perhaps question that particular call. So that particular call is being questioned here by young Shakeem, where one individual is seeing the ball out, the other one is seeing it on, but then the review system is showing it accurately. So would the point be huff or squash, or will it be played over? We are awaiting the outcome of this particular point.
A bit earlier we saw a decision being made based on a call of the linesperson. Let's see, not sure what the linesperson call was on that occasion. I'm sure that the umpire is taking all that into consideration. So,
all right, so a very controversial point being awarded to Mark Griffith.
4 now will serve to 2.
So for those of you who just locked on, My name is Kelvin Scott. Next to me is my fellow commentator, John Wick Chandler, and Mark Venom Griffith won the first game 21-10. The second game 21-12, and Shakeem won the third game 21-18, and now we are into game number 4.
With Mark Griffith having a slight lead. Score now 5 is served to 4. Big effort here from young Nurse. Still a distance to go. 5 serving to 4.
Four serving to 6.
Do you think
Change of serves.
Do you think the golden end is going to work for Griffith on this occasion?
Well,
he's at the golden end at this point.
Let me say this, John. We call it the golden end because most points were accumulated at that end of the court. But if Griffith is to win, not only would it be the golden end, it will be the end that is the payment end.
20,000 Barbados dollars at stake here for the champion tonight.
That was a powerful shot through the forearm of Venom, and Shakeem is gaining momentum.
Yes,
he has a bit more confidence after winning the third game.
Yeah, good counter attack on that occasion by Nurse. He's 2 points behind. He needs to really stay close to Griffith if he's going to push this into game 5.
That's a nice short ball that would beat many. But when you're talking about Griffith and his speed and agility, you really have to come good. And the smart and deceptive thing about Griffith, John, as mentioned before, is that he has this way of accumulating points. Very, very slowly and interestingly. And before you catch yourself, you are 5 or 6 points behind him.
Yes. He's known for fighting tooth and nail.
That's a nice shot ball by Griffith.
Teasing and tempting. 5 serving to 9 at this point. We have to be very watchful of the fact that the young man, having taken that third game at 21-18, he celebrated. He celebrated a win, but somehow that can at times be misinterpreted as if it's over, but it's not over. And let's hope that he's not in that place where he thinks it's over.
It's far from over, John.
It's far from over.
At least it's far from over for him. It's not that far for Mark, because he only needs to win 1 more game, and he's in the money.
Yes, scoring now a comfortable 5-point lead here by Griffith. 10 will serve to 5 when play resumes. And we saw a comfortable lead in the game number 3 as well, when Griffith had it in the early part, and young Nurse was able to close that gap and finally passing him at the score of 16-14.
Well, from what we're seeing here, Shakeem's face is grimacing. He's calling for some assistance from the health personnel, the EMTs. So we're not sure at this point what has happened. He's seeking their assistance.
Well, he was having a problem with that right leg a bit earlier. We saw him play the last couple of games, maybe trying to play through whatever was happening. But probably may have escalated, been a bit more serious. He's still having some pain.
Yes,
once
and
again,
he's having some form of relief administered to that right leg. And we know that Mark has this technique of wearing his opponents down. So if we're talking another game, well, Shakeem would need to be in tip-top condition in order to complete another game with Mark Venom Griffith. So at this point of time, there's a slight break as Shakeem is being taken care of. The score now is 5 serving to 10.
Yeah, some that there quite a bit of work ahead for him. Let's hope that whatever's happening with that particular right leg, he's able to do what has to be done here. And it certainly is a tall order playing against an experienced top player like Mark Griffith.
So Mark Griffith winning the first game 21-10, second game 21-12. Shakeem Nurse winning the third game 21-18, and now Shakeem Nurse is trailing by 5 points as Mark Griffith serves 10 serving to 5. 11 serving to 5. John, what do you think about this 6-point lead?
Oh, this is the type of lead that I'm quite sure that what we saw happen in the third game will not happen in the fourth. The signs are there. We're seeing the young man not as comfortable as he needs to be, and I'm quite sure that Mark Griffith will not miss an opportunity when it's before him, and he knows that he has his opponent on the ropes. He can see the young man is struggling to some degree, and that's a major opening for Mark Griffith.
Yes, he's going to capitalize on that. He's going to capitalize on the fact that he's reeling Shakeem down. 7-point lead to Mark Venom Griffith is a major lead in a major tournament.
It is. Now, what looked like a good shot from here. It's being challenged by Griffith. Let's see what the official call on that particular one. But a comfortable lead. Griffith really in a position of authority. He's in full control. It will really take a big effort from
That's a close ball, John.
Yeah, it looks that way. It will take a big effort.
Ball is in.
It will take a big effort here from Nurse if he's going to get back in this game.
So the umpire's decision is ball being in. There's now 12 serving to 6. Mark Griffith with the serve.
Oh,
beautiful
what a
drive from
beautiful
the young
shot.
man.
Lovely backhand there by Shakeem Nurse. It was there for the taking, and he did well. Oh, he's looking to take a bit off of that one. And his efforts, he net that particular ball. And he's got scored now 13 now, serving to 7.
Base, TV Empire. C-line. C-line in B court.
So we have a review again, Kelvin.
Yes, we do have a review of that particular point. It's been called into question.
Ball is in.
Or third umpire, or rather second umpire, Christopher Griffith is calling the ball in. So 7 serving to 14. Shakeem only has 2 challenges left. Remember that each player has 3 challenges.
7 serving to 14.
7 serving to 14.
Then ball.
Pause here.
7 serving to 14.
Now the game continues. 7 serving to 14. Attempt short ball. Well retrieved by Mark Griffith. 7 serving to 15. This game, John, is certainly getting away from young Shakeem. Yes, you can see by the countenance of his face that he is a bit disappointed. He's a bit frustrated. he knows that it's going to be very difficult to catch the veteran Mark Griffith, but it's still not impossible. He just has to buckle down and play some sensible tennis by keeping the ball on the court.
Yes, but he continues to work through some level of uneasiness, whatever that injured leg is bringing into his game at this stage. But he's fighting. Let's see what that fight brings.
That one is out, 7-7-16, and if he's not careful, he's going to suffer the embarrassment of what they call in the road tennis world a sow, which means a point system under 10.
Yes, sow or pig. 7-7 now to 16.
So this beautiful game of road tennis, the measurement of the court is 21 by 10 with an 8-inch net in the center.
So we saw this distance between the players, 17-7, just 4 points away.
7-17 now.
4 points away from Mark. 4 points away from Mark Griffith, being crowned champion of the Barbados Open 2022. He's just 4 points away. He'll be serving now at 17-7-8. I'm sure that he would not want to allow his young nurse to serve again, and will be doing everything possible to close on his serve.
17-7-9. Mark Griffith is in that focus mode. Hearing some shouts from the crowd, sulking, kicking him, or embarrassing, but not allowing him to reach 10 points in this game, John.
Mark Griffith will certainly have that in mind. Can he deliver on it?
19-7-9.
Well, 19-7-9.
I'm quite sure that Mark Griffith that we've seen over the years would want to leave a mark, a special mark on this young man for a conversation sometime down the road. He's serving now at 19-7-9.
20-7-9. He's 1 point away from a heavy pot, a pot of 20,000 Barbadian dollars, 10,000 US dollars. And Mark Venom Griffith with the serve in hand.
1 point away.
20-7-9.
Don't serve to the backhand. And that is it. That is the moment that Mark Griffith been looking for. He worked hard, he trained, he lost weight, he did everything he thought was necessary to come here tonight and be crowned the champion of the Barbados Open 2022. He celebrates with his dad, hands punching the air, and the crowd also in appreciation for his effort. And we have Mark Griffith, another one under his belt. He is the champion of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2022.
Yes, John, we see the power, the experience, the agility, and everything that it takes in a Mark Venom Griffith beautiful game of road tennis played here tonight. In the playoffs we had,
well, I agree, we had the playoffs that started all off, and hey, here we have the finals, women and men. Very exciting tennis. I'm quite sure that persons leaving here this evening would have got their money's worth and a bit more.
Definitely, John. So we're seeing Mark Griffith going over to greet some parliamentary members and some dignitaries. He is also greeted by Julian Michael Jackson White, who he defeated in the semifinals to reach this stage.
I'm sure. You can't take that away from Mark Griffith. He puts in the work. He's been there. He continues to show why he's relevant in the road tennis. There's been lots of talk around the Shakeem nerves, the young talent in the making. And what Mark Griffith has said tonight is that yes, he's good. but that time hasn't come as yet. There's no change of guard here. Mark Griffith continues to be seen as who he is, the #1 road tennis player in Barbados, and kudos to him. Well done.
Well done. So he's gone over to be interviewed by Damien Bess.
Congratulations to Mark Venom Griffith, yet another road tennis title in Barbados. Mark, huge congratulations to you. How do you feel?
Right now, words can't describe the way that I feel because I have not played competitively for 2 years. And as I said numerous times, I even myself had doubts where I was 187. And even going through my community and my neighborhood for the first time, the guy said, "Venom, you look fat. What happened, man?" And I just keep going. And they're saying, "Venom, keep going, keep going." I know they came out here tonight to support me, all my Brandon's family, the people in my community, all other fans, even the Shakeem fans. I want to say thank you because you guys inspire me to keep on doing what I do.
Tell me some of the hard work that goes into preparing for a finals. People don't understand the level that you take road tennis to because we understand you as the road tennis pro in Barbados. Talk to me.
Okay, well, for instance, like what I do, I find an individual that is a specialist in a discipline. So, for instance, Stig Merritt, I cycle with him 3 times a week. Prof Garner, he goes to the beach twice a week, I swim with him. I have Emerson King. I have Davian Forsworth Taylor. I have so many guys in the sauna that I play tennis with. Also, I go running. There's so much preparation that goes into preparing for a tournament within itself that, honestly now, I need a vacation from road tennis. I'm exhausted and I'm tired mentally, physically, I'm sore and I'm aching.
But 20,000 would cheer you up.
Of course, 20,000 would cheer me up, take me to the physio, the chiropractor, and some nice spas and massages.
Fantastic. Now talk to me about this final though. You met Shakeem Nurse in this final. A lot of people looking forward to Shakeem with all the shots and stuff he played in the semis, but knowing your style of game, 3 best in 5 showdown is a different story.
Correct. Over the distance throughout my career, only one player has ever defeated me over that course and distance, and that's Julian Michael Jackson White. So I believe coming into a 3 best in 5, even though Shakeem may have been the favorite, I believe that my chances were still above his within myself. But the fans, they made me doubt myself sometimes. The Shakeem fans, let me tell you, they are fantastic. They hail for him throughout train, but nevertheless, I never doubted myself where my ability is. But Shakeem, take nothing away from him. I love that guy. He's an exciting player, and he's definitely one for the future.
You hit the nail on the head, the future. What is the future going to look like for road tennis in Barbados? How you feel? We're playing on an artificial surface here. We got a wonderful crowd. Talk to me about the future of road tennis.
Well, the atmosphere here tonight was, let me tell you, fantastic. As I said, the court, it is slightly different from the outside court. It's a bit slower. It gives you less bounce. But the ambience of the gymnasium, second to none. I love the arena. I love the fans. They were very excited, very animated. And going forward, we have an abundance and a barrel of young talent coming up. We have Zari Clark. We have even the young Shakeem Nurse, Raheem Nurse. We have Justine. There's so many players right now that in the junior camp coming forward that the future of road tennis is in good hands, I must say.
Fantastic. Congratulations once again to Mark Venom Griffith, champion here in the men's section in the Barbados Road Tennis Open. $20,000 in the bag. Congrats.
Thank you.
There you have it. And it's back over to our commentary team.
Well, we saw it. What a night. What an exciting night of tennis. I'm quite sure it's going to be etched in the mind of persons for a very, very long time to come, where we had the opportunity to witness the talent of Shakeem Nurse at a high level. I'm competing and punching a little higher against an opponent who's very experienced indeed and one deserving of a championship tonight. Congratulations to Mark Griffith on a job well done. I want to say a special thanks as well to Kelvin Bruce Scott, my partner in commentary. I am John Chandler, and I want to thank you for being here with us at the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium.
Yes, thank you, John, and thank you to the viewers.